everybody back to our open session. Dr. Zuniga, if you can please do roll call.
Thank you, President. We'll start off with Member Ricardo Padilla.
Here.
Member Florencio Briones.
Present.
Member Stella Torres Tigres.
Present.
Member David Diaz.
Present.
And Member Carlos Salcedo.
Present.
We also have student members, Hilary Palacios.
Present.
Thank you. All present.
Fantastic. And if we can all please stand for our flag salute. And if our student board member would do us the honor of leading us in that flag salute.
Right hand over your heart, please. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may all be seated.
Okay, now we move to approval of the agenda.
Move to approve. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so moved. And we move to public comment. So the first one I have is Hilary Palacios.
Thank you, President Salcedo. As a student board member of our district, I felt that I would be doing a disservice to my student body and to myself to not acknowledge the article that was published on Monday about a former teacher at RHS. I know tonight is my last meeting, and I'm under no contract with the district to keep myself quiet about the matter, and morally speaking, I know I would not be able to sleep at night if I didn't give a statement. First, I would like to focus on the victims whose courage I feel hasn't been spoken about enough. Talking so openly and vulnerably about such a traumatic situation and experience, I know is difficult for them, and I want them to know that I believe their stories, value their words, and value their truth. I want those students to know that I'm also deeply sorry that they were ever put in a situation that made them feel unsafe. I'm sorry that this district and RHS failed to protect you and listen to you. I hear you and I stand with you. Tonight, I can't help but feel conflicted. I'm heartbroken and hurt. I'm hurt to think that our district and my administrators failed to provide the safe learning environment we continuously claim to have on our campuses. I'm outraged that while we claim to have safety protocols set in place to ensure the safety of our students, the only protocol set on my campus that has ever kept me safe is word of mouth. It's having friends tell you which teacher is the easy grader, or which teacher has a short temper, or which teacher has to avoid because he takes too long of a prolonged look at your legs. The whispers in the hallways shouldn't be the safety protocol myself and my peers depend on to choose the right classrooms to sit in and to choose the right teachers to trust. It should never come down to those things. I'm ashamed at the lack of transparency and accountability that has been presented by both the RHS administration team and the district officials. I think the public is owed an explanation and an apology. Moving forward, I hope our district and my school campus, and any school campus at that, makes an effort to adequately combat these issues. I hope they genuinely work to create safety protocols. I hope our students' firsthand accounts are valued. I hope, but it shouldn't come down to hope, because hope and luck isn't a saving grace. Hope and luck isn't what I or any student should be betting on. Our students deserve better, and I demand that you all do better, because if this is your best efforts haven't been good enough. My job has always been to serve the students, and my job was never to correct the wrongs of grown adults, but I'm not sure I have much of a choice as I sit here with you today. Please keep me and the rest of your students in mind with how you move forward. All eyes are on you, and rightfully so. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Amezcua.
Hi, I'm a former alumni of Rosemead High School, class of 2010, and I'm also here to talk about the article. I had Mr. Eric Burgess all 4 years. I was in journalism, editor-in-chief my senior year. Had him double some years when I was in English class. We were allowed to have overnight 24-hour movie marathons with him in the school auditorium. Yearly, we went to the beach with him, with many students. I think I vaguely remember putting sunblock lotion on him one summer. I don't even know how to communicate everything that I'm feeling, except one thing that I'm feeling very clearly is outrage at the administrators and on this board and on the school who have allowed this to continue for so long. I don't know what y'all think you're doing, but a good job is not it. Y'all have failed at keeping us safe, at me. Mr. Eric Burgess taught my older sister, class of 2006. The history on this is long, and y'all need to do a much better job of making sure that this culture of silence that is clearly dominating this school district is dismantled, right? You need to encourage students to speak up, and whatever solution y'all take, it better not be to give yourselves more power. You need to figure out a way to empower students who are clearly the only ones doing an attempt at keeping each other safe. It was the same thing when I was there. It was word of mouth, knowing what were the issues. And this isn't over. This isn't just Mr. Eric Burgess. You need to investigate all the other complaints that are out there about these other teachers. I just don't even, as somebody who so fundamentally cares about public education, I just don't even fundamentally know how we can continue requiring students to show up to spaces where they're clearly not safe. That's on y'all. That's your job. That's what you're paid here to do. And this is on y'all. Like this, a resignation would be more than appropriate in this scenario because again, it is not an issue of just Mr. Eric Burgess. This is an issue of the culture that is systemic, right? That people were disregarded as they spoke up for so long that I, as a student, and clearly not enough people knew that he had had a prior relationship with the student. But at that time, as a high school student, all the adults were okay with it, which erroneously made me feel like it was okay too. And that's not. I have classmates whose little sisters babysitted for this man. Whatever culture of privilege protects some teachers needs to be dismantled, and y'all need to be doing that work actively, proactively. And again, like, kudos to Matt Drange. Thank you so much. He was a senior when we were on the journalism together, and I'm sad to say that were it not for his work, we would not know this information because y'all aren't doing that work.
Anya Spalding Avila.
Hello. I am also an alumni from Rosine High School. We can all stand here and act shocked and appalled by the accusations presented in the article, but everyone knew and turned a blind eye. I am appalled that the same staff and administration who claim to put their students' well-being and safety above all turned a blind eye and took so long to stop this. As I share my comments and feelings with coworkers about Burgess's disgusting behavior, I was met with many responses and feelings, but the one that stood out was, this happens all the time. It's not a lie. This does happen all the time, and it shouldn't. It will continue to happen until administration and staff, the people who we entrust to teach, mentor, and care for our students, stop turning a blind eye. There's an open conversation and have better reporting procedures. And until we stop blaming victims and disregarding their reports in order to cover up the cool teacher on campus. Admin dismisses so many genuinely great teachers and staff for petty acts such as being late, but allow predators to walk through our halls for years and avoid all scandal. Burgess was not the only predator that was walking our halls and continued to work at EMUHSD. So many people who have made inappropriate comments, groped, and have disciplinary records continue to be hired and walk amongst our students. To the victims, from the bottom of my heart, I am sorry you weren't listened to by those who are in higher power. To those who are afraid to come forward, I am here for you. To the staff and administration who turned a blind eye and abused their power, beyond the feeling of shame, we are owed a resignation.
Thank you for that. And with that, although we can't directly respond to public comment, I know, Christine, if you can just share.
Thank you, Board President Salcedo. So the Brown Act does restrict the board from taking action or discussing any item not appearing on the agenda. The board is prohibited from replying to individual public comments. However, Government Code Section 54954.2A3 does allow for a brief response to public comments. State and federal laws protect the confidentiality of student and employee records, as well as complainant information. As a result, the district is legally prohibited from providing any details of what occurred. What the district can share is that it took prompt action when it was made aware of the allegations in 2019 and removed the subject teacher from the classroom and conducted a thorough investigation. The allegations were reported to the Los Angeles County Department of Children and Family Services, as well as the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the El Monte Police Department within 24 hours, and the district took action to remove him permanently from district employment. Thank you.
Dr. Zuniga, do we have any more public comments?
No more public comments.
Okay. So we move forward with school site instructional report and student representative report. Dr. Zuniga?
Yeah, good evening, everyone, again, and welcome to our board meeting. This special board meeting opens up an opportunity for us to revisit our instructional report for the month, and this is the last one of the school year. I want to welcome the El Monte High School team. We have our principal here, Mr. Eddie Cuevas, and the staff who have joined us this afternoon. I'm not sure if there's any other students that have joined, but I'm going to now welcome the team, but also allow Mr. Cuevas to make some introductions, and you can begin with your presentation when you are ready, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Good evening, esteemed board. Thank you. Thank you. I always have to hunch over. Thank you for having us here. Thank you, esteemed board. Also, Dr. Zuniga, and also cabinet. It's our privilege to be here today and to present you guys with our instructional report for the year. We know that it's been a very challenging year for us, but we are here to present to you some of our strategies that we've utilized at El Monte High School to make sure that the needs of our students were met. Today with us, we have Sean Maher, our instructional coach, Ms. Covarrubias, math teacher. We also have Ms. Anchia, English teacher, and our new assistant principal, Ms. Veronica Rodriguez. Thank you, and we will hand it over to Mr. Maher, who will lead us through a classroom procedure.
All right, good evening. First thing we want to do is, as much as, I'm sorry, Sean Maher, instructional coach. I know many of you, but I do not know everybody. The first thing that we really want to do is model instruction, and so we will go back to something that we did the last time that we were here in person, which has been almost 3 years. We had our presentation last year, but the last time we were here in person was the fall of 2019. And so we want to get back to what we used to do, and so we are going to engage you in very much the same way. And so this will be familiar to some people here, and if you are new, here we go. We are going to have you, if I can go through the slides. Okay, we are going to, there we go. So on the screen, you can see that we have an actual handout that we're going to hand out to the people sitting up front. And we would like you, just as you would in a regular classroom, if you wanted to, and we would encourage you to take some notes. And so we have a little organizer for you. Now, we understand that not everybody wants to take notes on a piece of paper, especially after our past year where we really got up to speed on using electronic devices. And so if you would like to, you could go ahead and go to that website, and you will be able to make your own personal copy, and you can type on your own copy of this exact same document, okay? So as we go through this, the reason why we want to do that is we want to kind of model what we would want to do in a regular classroom. And can I have one of those myself? I think I left mine. Up at the top, one of the things that we have tried to emphasize over the past several years has not changed, because much of this has not changed at all over the years for decades and decades. The first good thing that you want to have in a good lesson is a good lesson objective and a frame for it, so you can let people know what you're doing and what will be expected of them as they finish up. And so that's part of what we have for you. And if you can see it right up at the top, it says the fundamental 5, which include starting out with framing the lesson, working through and making sure that you are working with students directly, and getting into little groups with them so that they can talk, reinforcing and recognizing the information that they share back with you, and getting them a chance to write critically so that they can demonstrate their learning. And so what we're going to ask of you is if you can participate with us as we go over our content and our language, our content objective and our closing task. And so the way that we did this 3 years ago is exactly the way that we'll do it tonight. I am going to read what's in black, and I would ask you, my students, to read out loud what is in blue. That way we all know what we are expected to do today, and we'll all be on the same page as far as that goes. So if everybody is ready, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to read what our content objective for the evening will be. So our content objective is that we will, and then
Discuss instructional priorities for students at El Monte High School during the 2021-2022 school year.
thank you. And so our closing task, this is what you will have to do, is I will
Reflect and write about the ways these priorities can be beneficial for students at El Monte High School.
Thank you. You will notice on the right-hand side, there's some information in the column there. The reason for that column is to show you 3 things that we're trying to do with each of these different sections. So what we're going to talk about in greater detail is our priority, and I will return to that when we get to the rest of the presentation. But the strategy that we just used, so it's just an instructional strategy. We did a choral reading. We did a modified version of it, but it's a way to engage the students so that we make sure that they are not able to just drift off. They are with us, and it's clear to them what we are going to be expected to do. Finally, in red, you'll see which fundamental 5 that relates to. And this goes right back up to the top where it says framing the lesson. So we've done that, and that's kind of the meta of what we are up to tonight. So we are going to continue on, and if there are no questions, I will get into the rest of our presentation. So when we came back to school this fall, we knew that we wanted to pick up as much as possible where we had left off, not only last year, but the year before, as much as possible. But we knew that would not be all of it. When we left off, we were working on the fundamental 5, which I've just gone over. We were working on academic language support. This is a big emphasis of us in terms of critical reading, critical writing, getting students up to speed with academic language in all of their classes so they can be successful. And we also had a lot of technological gains, not only with the one-to-one that luckily took place during our last year in school before distance learning, but then it was greatly expanded when we went into distance learning. There were a lot of good things that came out of Google Classroom that we do, distance learning and the use of technology that we do hope will continue and be successful for the students, and we even have employed some of those elements tonight, and you'll see later, because COVID has continued to be such a huge thing that has affected our last-minute plans, and so we've had to be extremely flexible, and technology has made things really, really helpful for us. So we wanted to continue all of those things, but we also knew that we had to address all of the stuff that was going to be new. from the year away. We had learning loss. We had students who had not been connected socially. They had personal losses that were extremely grave, from familial losses to financial losses to social losses with their friends. They lost out on activities and exercise and all sorts of those things that they come to school for, that takes place sometimes in the classroom and sometimes outside of the classroom, and are really super important. And we knew that they would be coming with needs that we had never really experienced before in our lives, in our lifetimes. We did know that we would get back to activities and sports, but as you can see, we have never had our a cappella singing with masks on, and kids in classrooms that are not able to read each other's faces and all of that because of the masks, and then the constant disruptions as a result of that. So we knew that that was going to be an issue. We knew that we wanted to meet their needs. We've always been aware of that, even prior to distance learning. We know that there is a hierarchy of needs, that our super basic needs have to be met before we can do any type of real learning. And we also need to meet them from where they already can do some stuff to where we need to get them from their, in the future, and hit them in that zone of proximal development. And so all of that was extremely important for us to keep in mind as we went through. But it was going to be coupled with some really invisible elements that we may not know what they were. I taught English, and when I taught English, there was a short story that I taught called The Things They Carried, and it's a story about soldiers going off to war and the things that they carried, not only physically, but the things that they carried mentally and mentally and emotionally and socially, culturally. And we've had all of those things that our students and our staff carried back to school in the fall. And knowing that, we wanted to make sure that we addressed that, and we would be able to meet the needs of our students and our staff because of all of the things that they were carrying into the classroom this year. I myself, when I returned to school a couple weeks before there was actually any teachers on campus, the very first couple of days were really odd for me. And I was almost afraid to say that because I'm in my 50s and I've been in this career for 25 years. And I was talking to a colleague, and my colleague fortunately broke the ice and said, "Isn't this weird?" And I said, "Oh my God, thank God you said something." Because it was so odd to be in the presence of others and be wearing masks and just to see each other. I'd seen this person almost daily on the computer, but I hadn't seen her in person in forever. And so if we're carrying stuff, what are our students carrying, and all of our other teachers? It was going to be really difficult, and so we wanted to make sure that we took care of that. The picture here, the way that we decided to take care of it is we looked into the research, and we looked into trauma-informed instruction. The picture here is a cans of soda. And if you look at these cans, if one of them were shaken up, could you tell which one has been shaken? When kids are walking onto our campus, we have no idea from looking on the outside what's going on the inside. And we wanted to make sure that since we don't know that, we want to treat all students with the respect that we would reserve for anyone who has been shaken. And so we looked into ways to address that. We know that it is not really possible, going back to the hierarchy of needs, to do real learning if you are in survival mode. And this year, it was kind of a shortcut that we would oftentimes talk about survival brain versus learning brain. And there were many times, including this calendar year, so January was one of the hardest times for us at our site, that we were back into survival brain, and we were just trying to do the best we could to get through, and we had to make sure that we took care of ourselves so that we could take care of our kids, so that some learning could take place. So there were 4 priorities of trauma-informed instruction that we attended to and we spoke about at the very beginning in a PD that took place before school started. It was taking place during our first school-wide PD, late start day. And those priorities were reinforced throughout the year through various different communications, and we talked about them ad nauseum, probably to a point that people might say yes, 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 but we really wanted to emphasize these priorities. And so those priorities are, we're going to go into in further detail, but they're priorities of predictability, flexibility, making connections, and empowerment. If we go back to our graphic organizer, the blue is the priority that we are trying to emphasize in each of these boxes here. So when we did our learning objective, our content objective, that was really predictable. We've actually done that here before. And so since we've done it before, that smooths the process because we know what is coming. And predictability is extremely important for us so that we don't have to wonder what's going to be coming around the next corner, because there will be something, but if we feel safe before that corner, we will be able to deal with the corner when it comes. So how have we tried to create a predictable space at El Monte this year? This graphic that I have for you, it shows a bunch of different ways that teachers have tried to create a predictable space, from using graphic organizers to having a daily routine that they stick to establishing procedures for dealing with all sorts of the little minutia of a regular classroom day, having visuals for the students, having routines. All of those things can make it a lot easier for a student to walk into a classroom, know what is coming, and then be able to have one less thing that they have to carry with them. In order to get more into this and get some more information, Ms. Anchia is going to talk about predictability in her classroom. Ms. Anchia?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maher.
Do you want to click it or do you want me to?
It's this one, up or down?
It's the down one.
Down one, okay. All right, good evening. My name is Diane Anchia, and I'm going to share how I create predictability in the classroom. And also, I actually use predictability in my everyday life. So every Wednesday, I take my daughter, after I pick her up from school, I take her to the library every Wednesday. Well, with the exception of today, because I'm here. But I take her to the library, and right before the library, we go across the street and buy fruit from a fruit vendor. That's her eating her fruit. And after that, we go to the library to read, and then we go to the park right next door. But one day, the fruit vendor wasn't there, and we were both disappointed. And it kind of threw us off, like, for the rest of the evening, because we were usually there till 8 o'clock, and it kind of threw us off. So it just goes to show you that predictability makes us feel comfortable and secure, and when we don't have it, we feel a little lost. That's why I create predictability in my classroom during Lion's Den. And Lion's Den is a 15-minute student empowerment period that's attached to second period, and I designate each day of the week to a particular activity, from Music Mondays to Financial Fridays. And here are some, So here's the schedule. So it's Monday is Music Monday, and Tuesday is Talk Tuesday. So here are some pictures. So here are some pictures of my students. The ones where they're walking and while talking about a topic, we walk around campus, and they talk about a topic. It could be a current event, or it could be a TED Talk that they saw previously. And then the top picture is Word Wednesday, and they're actually listening to a presentation, a vocabulary presentation outside. And then on Thursdays, we have Therapy Thursdays, and we always finish Therapy Thursdays with a stretch, and we're there stretching outside And another way wrong button, sorry. Another way I include structure and predictability in my classroom is with reading logs. So reading logs is another way where that's predictable, that helps my students feel relaxed when they walk into class. They always know what to do. So the first 10 minutes of class, they always do a reading log where I give them an article and they do a particular step, and they do the same step for the entire week. Sometimes I repeat the step if I feel like they still haven't gotten it yet, but at least they know what they're gonna do that whole week. Actually, they know what they're gonna do the whole month, but at least every day they do the same thing for 1 week. So for example, they will do, let's say, find the thesis statement in the article for 1 week, and then the second week they will figure out the audience for that article, and then the third week they'll do main idea or author's purpose or something like that. So every week it changes, but at least it's consistent throughout the whole week, and they know that as soon as they walk in, the article is on Google Classroom, or sometimes before Google Classroom, I would print it out because I've been doing this since I started teaching. So then they already know what to do. And I feel that not only is predictability important to reduce anxiety in students, but I think it also reinforces, especially when we repeat and we're predictable and we have consistent expectations. I feel that it reinforces the knowledge that they are learning, and it reinforces any standard or concept that they're learning. So I think it's a really good way to enhance the instruction, but also reduce anxiety. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned before, we really want to make sure that we also cover our staff. And so, in terms of predictability for the staff, it has been extremely unpredictable, but anywhere there's been an opportunity to make it predictable, the school has really tried to do that by communicating regularly, giving COVID updates that keep everyone up to speed as to testing and various different things like that, letting them know about attendance and other operational updates that can really make it easier for teachers to focus on instruction as opposed to focus on what's coming next. The next thing that I want to talk about is connections. So you do have your graphic organizer, and you of course can write in your box about predictability if you want to. You could also do that on connections. So when it comes to connections, connections are extremely important when it comes to instruction with students. The past year, we have talked a lot about social and emotional learning, and those connections can really, really help students with their learning, in the sense that they walk in, they feel like they have a connection with the teacher, and they are able to let the teacher know where they're at. They might have some shared interests. They might be able to connect on a level other than just the subject matter that they are working with. And so we have really, really tried to emphasize connections with students. Some of the things that teachers have tried this year, they have continued daily check-ins that they did during distance learning. They've had welcome students, like the Capturing Kids' Heart stuff that we've done at our site for several years, and others have. We have a wellness center that students are free to go to if they need help with anything. The teachers are oftentimes meeting students right at the door. They are sharing pop culture trivia with them. They're doing all sorts of things to make sure that they can connect with students. So we have a next presentation is a recording. So we had a teacher who was not going to be able to, and we don't want to abandon all of our technology from last year, and so we will quickly have him talk a little bit. I can do it? If I press it down, it'll play? Okay, fingers crossed. This is like last year. It worked.
Howdy. I've been asked to talk a little bit about making connections with students here at Monte High School. I'm Trevor Schoenfeld, United States history teacher, AP US history teacher, all-around social science teacher at Monte High School. I've been teaching here since 2009. I have led class clubs as well as continuing film club here at Monte High School. So let's talk a little bit about making connections. Number one, when it comes to making connections, I want students to walk into my room with a sigh of relief. I want kids to come in here and feel like it's a safe space. One of the first ways that I do that is music. Music is a connector between us all. It kind of creates an intersectionality that we can have in our community. And again, music is more than just something for escapism. We can learn from music. There's so many life lessons in music. So some other ways that I create intersectionality in the classroom is through our clothes, through music, through food, free time, our pop culture that we're interested in, as well as community. I've been a member of the community here in El Monte since, my family, since the Great Depression. And I have that as a point of pride in my life, that I teach to the community that my family's been a part of. So let's talk a little bit about code switching. When it comes to intersectionality, a really important aspect is learnable moments, but connectable moments. So finding connections with students allows me to tee up learnable moments, right? I make a connection with a student over shoes, and later on down the road, we're able to have a learnable moment about how those shoes are made, who's making them, how much are those people getting paid to make those shoes versus how much we're paying to buy those shoes, and talk a little bit about the moral part of capitalism, right? Music, again, back on that, the 1950s and conformity, leading into the rebellion of the 1960s and civil rights and protests of the 60s and 70s, culture clash of the 1980s, right? All throughout that time, there's music to listen to and also apply both historically and what was going on in culture, but also make connections of the music that we like and can vibe to. So real simply, again, some ways that I like to make connections in my classroom through pop culture, through music, through food, through movies, and our community, to show our students the intersectionalities that we have. But more importantly, with that is the code switching that comes. Again, taking a connectable moment and down the road, making it into a learnable moment. I hope this helps you guys understand a little bit more about how I make connections in the classroom.
That was it. So as it relates to staff, we've also been really sure to check in with each other as we come into meetings. Another carryover, not just from the classroom, but into meetings that we have and when we interact with each other. Our late start groups, our PLCs that we have at our site that we have still used to a limited degree this year, but we're still using them, and that's a place where people are able to connect. And then we've had PD where we have, when we have put people into groups, we are trying to give them time to restore those connections that were there prior to and then developed through distance learning. And we've even tried to include time just for community when it comes to Late Start Mondays, and giving some time so that people can just relax a little bit, especially during the height of January and February, which was maybe one of the worst times of my 25 years teaching. It was one of the most difficult times, and I'm not even a classroom teacher. It was a good chance for 15 minutes for people just to tune out all of that was going on and just be friendly with each other. And it was really super important to do that. Another area is flexibility. And so teachers have been extremely flexible with students. This has been probably the #1 word that we have emphasized just by default this year because of all of the various things that have gone on. I feel as if we have kind of a master's level course this year on what it takes to be flexible. And teachers have really bent over backwards for students the last several years. This year in particular they have. And that has come up with all sorts of things that they've been doing, from being extremely flexible with grading and deadlines and testing, and giving tons of opportunities for makeups and all of those things that they will normally do, but they are doing to a greater degree this year. They've given all sorts of choices to students. And one department in particular that we're going to hear from relates to math and the way that they've dealt with flexibility this year. So Rebecca Covarrubias will.
So students can turn in late work with very few point deductions. The goal is that if the student is doing the work, they are learning and practicing and better able to demonstrate their learning, as opposed to not allowing for late work and then realizing I didn't do the work on time, so what's the point of even looking into it? What you see on the screen is another way that we were also able to see flexibility or implement flexibility. On the top, you see the video recording that one of our teachers did post when she got COVID, and so she didn't want the kids to get behind, so she recorded it and posted it from home. And then at the bottom is something that we also implemented is they do have access to our live calendar, and it's posted in Google Classroom. But a lot of the times, I'm sure you've seen it in your cowork, so you can only imagine how much our students have still been impacted. When kids come in, you see them overworked, you see them overstressed, you see them completely tuned out. And so as a teacher with kids in high school, and I see my students as my kids, I do read the room. And if they come in completely checked out, there's really no point in me trying to feed all this information into them for the lesson that I had, even if it was a fun game, if it's not going to be received, or if it's only going to stress them out or just bog them up altogether. So you see our calendar where it says changed. And so we've had to do a lot of changes on our lessons and creating working days for kids. So some of the kids do end up working on the work that we have for math, but a lot of the kids also who are in the AP classes take those times to kind of catch up on the work for other classes. So it's not a wasted day, but rather a day for them to, you know what, I'm being given time to work on work in class instead of them throwing more work for me to kind of figure out a time to do it. A lot of our students are still trying to be super involved in everything. And so we want that. We want them to get back to their new normal. And so they can't really do that because we couldn't do it as adults. We couldn't jump back into everything that we had going for us. And so having working days has allowed for them to kind of relax a little bit while not really forgetting that, hey, I still have this to-do list to take care of. Thanks.
Thanks. So in terms of flexibility with the staff, there has been a lot of latitude given to teachers when it comes to classroom instruction and pacing. Rebecca was just talking about how they've made changes on the fly, and That has been perfectly acceptable. There have been all sorts of different ways that we've had to get really creative with classroom coverage because of our situation this year. And we've given lots of opportunities when we've had PD for choices so that people can choose what they really are interested in on that day instead of going with a set plan for everybody. So the last one that we will be talking about is empowerment, and teachers have really tried to empower students this year. Empowering students is a way to give them some agency over this very chaotic time and give them an opportunity to bring some control back where there isn't as much control as we would have absolutely hoped for them. They've different ways that teachers have tried to do this is by not being so authoritative and giving directives, but trying to give choices to students, to convey transparency and respect to the students, to teach the students how they can change the channel in their mind if they are really struggling at the moment, and they can have thoughtful interactions instead of just being stuck in one modality. And avoiding power struggles with students and really listening to what the students' needs are. We have, Kelly Hamilton could not be here tonight, but she is going to talk a little bit about how she has tried to empower students this year in her classroom.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kelly Hamilton. I'm an English teacher here at Monte High School. I have proudly served this district for over 16 years, first as a Viking, go Vikings, and now as a Lion. Go Lions! I'm here to talk to you about empowering students. Empowering students is something that has always driven my teaching. It's something that's very important to me. I see our students as remarkable people who are leaders and who serve their families and this community and who take on responsibilities that are well beyond sometimes their ages and their experiences in life, and I'm just blown away by them. Now, howsoever, in this post-lockdown world, empowering our students is even more important to me and on a very different level. It's not just lockdown that's been affecting our students and what they've seen. They've experienced trauma, not just local trauma, but global trauma. They've witnessed the murders of George Floyd and other people. They have seen a healthcare system that can provide more help to some people than it does to others. And this world that we're giving them, this world that we're graduating them to, is a frightening world. It can really make some students, some people really want to just run and hide. I want to put a stop to that running and hiding impulse. I want to give students an opportunity in my class to stop, to reflect, and to really consider how they can best impact their world and the world beyond. I do this through mindfulness, choice, metacognitive exercises, planning, and self-advocacy. We start every class with mindfulness, with box breathing. It's an important moment for all of us to experience, a moment of just slowing down and just centering ourselves. My students get a lot of choice in my class. They get to choose how to approach different assignments and how they're going to use that work, even though the rigors remains there. Their choice in how they approach it can differ. Each student has their own unique abilities and their own unique talents, and they should showcase them. We also do metacognitive exercises. My students stop, they think, they determine how they feel about their processes, and they go through it, they work through it, and they learn how to really get in touch with those feelings, which gives them that sense of power and how to impact. But we also discuss how best to plan. So we talk about to-do lists, we talk about time management, we talk about what planning looks for today, a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, where they want to be and how to get there. And we also discuss self-advocacy. If students aren't doing well in a class, we talk about how they're going to talk to that teacher, how they're going to work with those teachers to get to that place where they want to be. Thank you very much.
So that demonstrates one more way that we had to be flexible this year. That is a video, for some reason didn't play, but now it will.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kelly Hamilton.
Oh, well, Like I say, return to last year. One thing I did want to mention, Ms. Hamilton is our ALD teacher, and she's been really instrumental in students improving in that really super important class this year. Her students' grades in English have improved by and large. 70% of them have improved their English grade over last year. Their overall GPA has improved, and the number of credits that they've completed this year has gone up over last year. And I'm in the classroom next door to Ms. Hamilton, and I hear through the walls the good stuff that's going on, and it's really a pleasure to walk into her classroom. And I heard just an amazing poem written by a student yesterday, and she's really doing amazing stuff with them, and it shows in not only the classroom environment, but also in the data that
Mr. Maher, can
she
you
has.
just let everyone know about what ALD is, what the course is for ALD, what it stands for, please?
I am so sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Academic Language Development. Yes, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, one last thing. Okay. When it comes to empowerment and our teachers, we already mentioned that we gave choices for PD and a lot of latitude. That not only works with flexibility, but also gives empowerment to the teachers so that they were able to make choices this year. So these priorities were extremely important for us this year, and by emphasizing them, we hope to, like I mentioned, to bring some sort of normalcy to the year that was very unnormal. We really hope that we never, ever have a year quite like this year ever again. But I do think that we've grown from the experience. Unfortunately, that's the silver lining. And these priorities will be something that we will continue to keep in mind as we move forward into our regular, hopefully more regular year next year. We were going to do an activity really quickly for our closing task, but in the interest of time, I think that we will shorten it. But what we were going to ask you to do is to do what we would do in a classroom. We were going to have you get together in some small groups, talk for a couple of minutes, share your thoughts about the information that's just been presented, go back to your seats, do some writing so that you can then process the information and own it for yourself, just like we would hope our students would be able to do. I would encourage you to still think about that closing task, however. How might prioritizing predictability, connection, flexibility, and empowerment be beneficial to our students, and how might that inform not only the stuff that we do at our site, but what goes on at the district as well? So next year, we will return to a much more normal situation with some new tools that we will be carrying with us. We will be carrying those things forward. We will go back to all of those things. We'll pick up where we left off with our continuous cycle of improvement. And we really hope that as we move forward, the things that we carry will be the things that will get us through whatever is on our path. Thanks.
We want to thank you for your attention. We want to thank you for your time. Again, at Almani High School, we are staying focused on our priorities. We want to continue to support our students to excel in both college and career, and it has not been easy, but we know that we're going to continue down the path and be consistent with providing them with the support. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, Mr. Cuevas. At this point, I want to open it up for some questions from our board. Mr. Padilla?
Sure. First of all, I'd like to commend the entire staff, the entire team. I have been very impressed with the leadership of Mr. Eddie Cuevas. You know, I could tell that the teachers at the site, all of you here, and Mr. Maher, that the staff there is at another level now, you know, with the new principal. He's building. We always want our students to have 21st century skills. And so as you were presenting, I was looking at the 21st century skills. Like, are you guys collaborating? Absolutely. As instructional teams with your colleagues, with your students, there's a lot of collaboration going on. Is there communication? Yeah, a whole lot. Okay? Those are 21st century skills. Is there critical thinking going on? Yes. Is there rigor? Yes. These are some great skills, and that early in the presentation, Mr. Maurer talked about, he didn't say Bloom's, but he talked about Maslow's, kids don't care how much you know or how bright you are until they know that you truly care. And so when I see that, teachers are being more flexible. And there's a teacher in particular that stuck out to me, Ms. Covarrubias, okay? As a school board member, the number one, whether it's COVID or whether it's not COVID, the number one concern that we get is questions around integrated math, okay? And about teachers being too not flexible. So the fact that at El Monte High School, you guys are allowing, some late homework or some redos and not giving kids the zeros. We all know the power of when you average a 0 versus averaging a 50%. I'm sure every single one of you know that. So when you were talking about all that stuff that you're doing in mathematics, I just want to thank you because it is the number one call that I get. And you know that we offer tutoring. We spend thousands and thousands of dollars to offer tutoring in math. And let's keep it real. The students that need that tutoring, do they stay? No, they want to go home, okay? And I don't blame them. I'd want to go home too. So we need to find a way to embed it into the regular instructional day. I know Arroyo created the Shields Up. Again, they knew we were spending thousands of dollars. Kids were not staying for the tutoring, so they had to get creative, okay? That's a 21st century skill, creative thinking, and you embed it. So when I hear that teachers are being more flexible and they're being more empathetic, it doesn't mean that you're lowering your standards. It's just that we are dealing with some unpredictability, even as we speak right now. We all watch the news. We all hear the COVID cases are rising, and we all have those talks in our homes. So I'm glad that you're allowing for the predictability. Yes, kids like organizers. I sit here and I always advocate for English language learners because I was not born in this country, and so visual stuff like this and not very techy. I'm your paper. As you're talking, I was making notes, and I love all those things that you gave. I mean, all the little artwork that was up there, it had tons of things that you guys do to create predictability. I love the teacher that put the whole calendar of the first 10 minutes of the class. I want to know what I'm going to do in that class. And you said not just for the week or 2 weeks, for the whole month. If I'm a student, whether I'm an English language learner or regular ed or special ed, I get a sense of okay, with this teacher, this is how I'm going to start my day. That totally helps. The making connections, that's just another word for building relationships. Again, when you're talking about the 3 R's in education, you want to know, are you building positive relationships? Because at the end of the day, that is the number one thing that we all need to work on. If those kids don't think that you care for them, they could care less about your state standards. But if you work with them and you empathize and you know that some of these kids are going home to do all those things for the households, like helping with the kids and helping, and you guys know that our kids in this community do so many things besides just your homework and stuff. They have things that some teachers might not be aware of all the responsibilities that they have. So when I see that you're making those connections, somebody talked about the fruit lady, okay? Some of our parents are the fruit lady. Some of our parents are the elote lady. I have an elote lady in my neighborhood. Her kids come to Potrero. I want to be supportive of that. And so when you talk about those things in the classroom, the curriculum comes alive. Thank you for that. Thank you for being flexible. And then the empowerment piece is so awesome. I'm glad that you're doing mindfulness. Sometimes you just need to shut your mouth and do one of those activities. I did one with Paola Ruiz. She's my colleague in El Monte City School District. And I used to think Paola, that stuff is corny. And one day I'm like, Padilla, Mr. Padilla, just shut up, just do it. So she did the whole thing can you feel the ground and inhale through your nose? And I remember I went through the whole thing and I was like, oh my God, it calmed me down so much. But again, I had to be open to it. I had to accept it and stuff and actually try it. And I'm like, Paola, this stuff really works. She's like, yes, Mr. Padilla. So I'm glad that you're doing all those things. And so keep up the great work. And again, you have collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. But the 3 R's are the relationships, you're building them. the relevance. You're telling them why it is that you're focusing on these instructional priorities. It's because we're coming off of a pandemic and we can't continue to do business and expect the kids to just come back like, oh, nothing's happening. You know what I mean? I didn't say lower your expectations. The expectations still have to be high because we don't function all by ourselves. They still have to apply to colleges, and there's still things that they're going to have to, they're going to require of them. And then also the rigor. I heard the teacher, what was her name? Hamilton. She talked about some of the rigor. Again, you're not lowering your expectations. We're just doing business a little bit different for the situations that we're going through. So kudos to your entire team. Go Lions. And again, I am very impressed with your leadership, Mr. Eddie Cuevas. I know that your teachers are coming along for the ride. You know, is it a perfect world? It's never going to be a perfect world. But I like the fact that you guys are coming here to share with us exactly what you're doing to facilitate learning during the, you know, with 21st century skills, and you're working as a cohesive team. So thank you to the entire team. Thank you for being some of you are leaders of your department. To our instructional coach, I am very, very impressed because you must deal with the Maslow, the physical, you know, the fight or flight. You must deal with the physical first before you can get into the whole Bloom's and all the learning brain. You must address the issues of survival brain. And right now with the pandemic, a lot of our children are functioning in the survival brain. And we all know that if there's trauma and you're in survival mode, your brain is closed. We all know that. We've all been to those conferences, and we know that when kids are comfortable, when they feel loved, they feel accepted, they feel valued, then the brain will open up, and all that academic stuff that you want, the ALD that they made Mr. Maher define, the academic language development, right? It'll start sucking it up. And it's important to talk about academic language development because in those classes, you have a bunch of kids that don't have that. They're your ELD kids, your English language development. So when you use this type of strategy and it's visual and it's, you know, kinesthetic, they can touch it and they can ask questions, and you create that atmosphere and that environment where kids work in small groups to talk about that, perfect setting. I know your test scores when they come back are going to be pretty awesome, but more importantly than test scores is I know your kids' social well-being will be at a much better level, and that's what we want. Yes, do I want academic students? Yes, but more importantly than academics is their social well-being and their mental health. And so when I see this, you're kicking some butt, so keep it up. Great job.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just in the interest of time, I'll say ditto to everything that Mr. Padilla just shared. With the key takeaway for me, coming out of the pandemic, and I say that in the lightest sense because we're still in a pandemic, you know, the big takeaway for me is that predictability. So many of our students live in an unpredictable environment, even prior to COVID, and school is where their second home truly is. And that predictability of knowing what to expect when they walk into a classroom reinforces that stability. And so seeing this emphasized, you know, in the presentation, gave me a sense of comfort for myself, because it makes me know that, it helps me know and understand that these students, when they step foot on campus, they know what to expect, and they also know what's expected of them. While at the same time, you are being flexible. But the predictability just really stood out to me because, you know, oftentimes students feel that teachers are, you know, it's all a gotcha moment to them, you know. You're out to get them in some way. But the reality is we're not. The reality is that we're here to help them learn. And by being predictable and letting them know what's expected, when it's expected, and how it's expected, it gets them into that routine. And for students who are neurodivergent, that routine goes a long way. So emphasizing it in the instruction, I think is key, because the students who maybe need that extra push, that extra help, they know that they can count on what's going to be coming tomorrow. And if they're not in fight or flight, you know, if they're not in survival mode, they're able to focus on the academics, and they're able to thrive. So thank you to all of you for not only the hard work, but being here today and presenting to us and sharing with us what you're doing at El Monte High School. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Briones.
Mr. Diaz?
No questions for me. Just thank you for your presentation, the work that you do. I hope you and your families are doing well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
For me, it was really very, very impressive to see that these 4 priorities that you are using in class really change the way of we teach to our students. This pandemic affected terribly our students. I am the ones who had suffered a lot at college, how our students, they really had a lot of problems learning, but still we have to keep teaching, and all the teachers and the professors who had to be strong enough in changing everything. I really like some things that I'd like to talk about this program that you put. First of all, I think that you went back to the traditions that we have in learning. One of the things that it brought my mind was when you were talking about predictability. I was thinking do you remember Pavlov, the experiment that he did with the dog, and the reaction that the dog had? Immediately came to my mind, that's the thing that we need to do to the students, giving something, and then see how they are reacting. And then from there, with the wonderful group that you have, and the love that you have to help the students, and the intention of pushing them to keep, we can start discovering new things. At the end, this pandemic helped us a lot, because we are discovering a new way of teaching and not making the students sometimes very boring to be in the school. Another important part is that I really liked was the flexibility. One of the things that I love it is the bringing of music. Music is being for traditions, a very important part in life of our students. And some of us, we have already forgotten that music is very important. Music, I remember one of the programs that is the program of that teach the students that the music is inside of each student, and it has to bring them back. And it's going to organize and give you peace in your brain. I love the way that you were putting here the brain, how we have to work with the brain of the students and trying to make them feel comfortable and calm. They have to be calm right now. And the teachers too, we have to be calm to help them. I really enjoy a lot. You gave me a lot of good ideas that I'm going to apply. I had some notes that I need to have with me. And I congratulate you. You are doing a very good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Torres-Segrist. Just, lastly, I think part of what we've done is that we've utilized the pandemic as an opportunity for us to learn and to grow, right? And so we have certainly learned, and we are certainly growing, and we are focused on those fundamental 5, and we're going to stay consistent with that because we know that good teaching is good teaching. And so we will continue to support our students with that. So thank you very much for having us here today.
You didn't give me a chance to make any comments, Mr. Cuevas.
I'm sorry,
Appreciate
Mr. President.
Okay. I was gonna thank you guys for being here. And we're gonna rewrite all my questions. I think all the other board members kind of covered, kind of what everyone was thinking. I did want to, like Mr. Diaz said, just thank you guys for taking the time for being here and sharing what Al Monte is doing. Kudos to you, Mr. Cuevas, and your team, and we appreciate all of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Zuniga, now we move on to Youth Truth.
Yes, President Salcedo, this is our second report. I would say that this is in alignment to our instructional report because the student voice matters. It impacts the classroom, the atmosphere, the 4 quadrants that we learned about, and everything else that entails the daily lives of our kids on campus. So as you know that every year, it's our priority to have student feedback through the Youth Truth program. And our goal has always been at minimum 75% response. And again, overall, we have met that, even with a tough year, even with students on distance learning still through OPL program. Or I wouldn't call it distance learning, but OPL program too. So I'm excited to have a few of our Student Advisory Council members here who are representing their school tonight and working in tandem with our student board member and SAC president, your very own Ms. Hilali Palacios. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Ms. Palacios, and then we can get started with the program. Okay?
Hello. Oh my, I feel like this mic
There
is a
you go.
little louder. Hello, we're going to be presenting the 2022 student survey results of the Youth Truth Survey. I want to introduce everybody here. We have Brianna Larios from Arroyo High School, Lucy Santos and Anissa Robles from Mountain View High School, Ricardo Hernandez from Ledesma. We also have our South El Monte High School, Reuben Carrasco and Jaylene De La Cruz. And Miranda Torres from El Monte High School. I knew I was missing one. I also just want to, give you a formal introduction of your next upcoming student board member, Reuben Carrasco. So if we could give him a round of applause. Thank you. So he won with a total of 13 votes out of 17 of our Student Advisory Council members. So I'm really happy that he's here with us today because I'm excited to see what he does next. But yeah, I'm gonna start with the presentation. So why we gather feedback, I think that surveys are a big representation of where our students are at and what they're feeling, and the Youth Truth Survey does a really good job at that. Mostly because it's anonymous, so students can really speak their minds and they don't feel that extra pressure of well, if someone finds out that I said something about X or Y teacher, how will they react? So surveys are really important, and I think that we've all seen that data really speaks for itself, and so that quantitative data really backs up the qualitative facts. So this is why we do the Youth Truth Survey every year. I think that it gives the students the opportunity to really speak their minds and showcase how they're feeling about their schools and their campuses and our district overall. So who did we hear from? We heard from over 6,504 of our El Monte Union High School students. So a total of 1,661 students from Arroyo. El Monte also had a total of 1,148 students. Ledesma had 225. Mountain View had 1,070. Rosemead had 1,278. And South El Monte High School had 1,122 students. So the core themes of the overall school experience include engagement, culture, relationships, academic challenge, college and career readiness, belonging and peer collaboration, health and well-being, and distance learning. So all of these topics will be reviewed in each of the students who go over their slides and their key ratings across the Youth Truth Survey. Okay, so we'll be starting off with Arroyo High School, Brianna Larios.
Hi again, I'm Brianna Larios. I'm a student here at Arroyo High School. So you're probably looking at this and wondering, what am I looking at? So students at our school were given a series of questions, and based off of their answers is what you were looking at. So here you will see all of our categories, and the next you will see a bar line based off of the 4 years of we have taken over the course of the 4 years we've taken the Youth Truth Survey. Next, you will see our average rating out of 5. So in each, such as engagement, we had a 3.47 out of 5. And in the next category you will see is our ranking in the EMUHSD schools and the other 500 students who have taken this survey. And as well as in engagement, we ranked 40th. So here you can see Arroyo's best attributes. Arroyo's best attributes, highest ranked attribute is the area of academic challenge. This has been one of our best categories for the past 3 years. The students feel challenged in their math and science classes, as well as their AP and pre-AP classes. Each course challenges the students to think critically and think outside the box. In the past year, our comparative ranking has increased significantly, and we have maintained our gains from the 19 to 20 school year. New course offerings in math, history, and science, such as pre-AP, MRWC, which is our new math class, and ethnic studies have helped increase students' critical thinking and problem-solving abilities. Students report that the teachers challenge them to pursue academic success and share new ideas. Here you can see in the first is our 2022 academic challenge results, and in the second one is our 2021 academic challenge results. And you can see over the past year, we have stayed the same between a 3.75 and a 3.76. Next, you will see Arroyo's areas of improvement. Over the past 4 years, the relationships category has been Arroyo's biggest challenge. The underlying concerns are the feelings that most of the teachers don't make an effort to connect with their students personally, understanding what their lives are like outside of the classroom, or ensure that they are truly learning the material. 47% of Arroyo students report that there is at least one adult at school who will be willing to help them with a personal problem, which is lower than the percentage at other participating high schools. Over the past few years, AHS struggled to improve the relationship category. Our ranking has wavered between 3.09 and 3.18. This past year, we experienced a decline in students' overall perception from the previous year. Our most problematic area is the students feel the teachers don't make sure that their students are comprehending and understanding the course. Students feel unmotivated when their teachers don't support them or care if they understand the curriculum. I think this is stemmed that when the students feel that they are being challenged academically, but they don't feel that the teachers are going out of their way to be able to connect with them one-on-one. However, we have AHS implemented a Capturing Kids' Heart training for teachers in the summer of 2021 with the focus of improving student and teacher relationships. Additionally, there has been extensive conversation by our school leadership team about this area of focus for the 2022 to 2023 school year. So next you will see in students' own words. So these are the comments that our students have given us, which is either strengths or areas of improvement. So the first one you will see is our strengths, and a student with an academic challenge from 11th grade said, "Some of my classes challenge me to think critically because of the difficulty level for me. Some classes are more challenging than others. The ones that are challenging me cause me to use my critically thinking skills when giving assignments for that class." The next you will see is from relationships from 10th grade, which is from our needs improvement category. It says, "I think in general, most of our teachers do care about their students and how well they do in their education and in preparation for college. But the majority of my teachers from this year often don't really explain the curriculum very well, and even often might hint that they shouldn't have been a teacher, which makes me think that they don't really care whether or not we would do well in school. For example, my math grade isn't doing very well at the moment, but our math teacher continues to not do very well when they teach us, and instead continues to keep going farther and farther into the lessons without ever stopping to see if we're actually understanding." So here you can see are some of our students commenting what they believe they see in their school, and you can see that in some classes that they just teach the lessons without really going in depth and seeing whether or not the students are really understanding and taking into consideration if they're understanding the curriculum and stopping to see whether or not they really know or really are furthering their education. So that is all. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Miranda Torres, and I'm currently a senior at Almani High School. So these are the results from the survey that was given out to all the schools in the district. As you can see, Almani's highest categories are academic challenge and college and career readiness. So Almani's best attribute. The best attribute that Almani had was college and career readiness. It did have a slight decrease from last year, from a 57 to a 56, but overall, disregarding that slight decrease, it does not diminish the extraordinary effort that Almani puts into its college and career readiness. Our College and Career Center does an amazing job at checking in with seniors throughout the entire school year, assuring that all college-related issues are taken care of and going steady for students. All of the students, regardless of grade level, are welcomed at the center for any questions they may have that are college or career related. In the beginning of 2021, the school year was still virtual. Nevertheless, Almani's performance in regards to college and career readiness was above average and managed to maintain its considerable performance. Virtual meetings were available to students who were in need of them, and the counselors had open schedules to meet with students as well. Almani's area of improvement. Almani's area of improvement was the culture category. There was a massive decline when compared to the survey from 2021 under the culture category. This decline could have been due to the students still getting a feel for the school, as for many, it is their first complete school year on campus. These circumstances require time and connections to be formed in order for kids to slowly impact and adjust to the culture at Almani High School. Events have been hosted all year long to try and boost the school's culture to a more outgoing one. While on virtual learning, 3 out of the 4 grade levels at Almani High School had experience of being on campus physically. This contributed to the high rating of Almani's culture since many of the students had prior recollection of being on campus, engaging in daily activities with their classmates and teachers, and just an overall better feel and understanding of the culture. Thus, students had more resources and experiences to rely on. making it much easier to give the school a better rating on its culture. In students' own words. So these are two quotes picked out, for one addressing the strengths of the school and one to the areas of improvements. The one for the strengths states, "My teachers are good people. The teachers I got are understanding people. They know when students are not feeling okay and need a break. They understand that even as students, our lives are difficult. And they also know that outside of school, they don't know if some of us are going through hardships. My teachers know when I'm tired, and I respect that. They do not get upset and know that students also have bad days." So this was stated by a 12th grader senior under the relationships category. Areas of improvement. A lot of students don't seem to appreciate teachers, even when the teachers are trying their best. Many students' lack of care for school reflects their interactions with their teachers. In response, some teachers reciprocate the students' attitudes, although they're usually more passive-aggressive when doing so. And this was stated by a junior under the cultures category. Thank you all.
Hello, I'm Ricardo Hernandez. I'm a senior at Ledesma High School. As you can see on the chart, our best attribute is academic challenge. Our second is culture, and then our third is engagement. Our best attribute, like I just said, is our academic challenge. It summarizes pretty much how challenged the students feel at our school, and we placed at a 76. And then our area of improvement is our belonging and peer collaboration. Belonging and peer collaboration has always been our lowest, because we feel as it's hard for students to get normalized as they are coming from several different schools. And I can speak from my own experience. Going there my first year, I was very quiet, unsocial, not a social butterfly. I'm sorry if I'm stuttering really badly. It's been bad this week. So pretty much, that's our worst category, and I feel like it's that way because, like I said, it's just a bunch of different cultures mixing into one school. In our own student words, we have a lot of quotes. I'm gonna pull up my papers right here because I cannot see that far. What for our strengths? They treat each other with respect, because us students have to be polite to the teachers and the staff, and the teachers will do the same. Being a student there, I know personally, if you do show a teacher respect, they'll show it right back to you. Everyone here at Ledesma is polite to one another. That is true. It's just that you need to know the people around. And our areas of improvement, it's too small. It is pretty small, but we are getting our gym next year. And, the school may be small, but it does have a big heart. The teachers there, the students there, it's just, even though it is hard to get in there, once you do, it's pretty much a community where everyone knows each other, and there's rarely ever drama. There is sometimes, though, but we don't talk about that. There is no gym. Well, we're fixing that. And then the last one. This one really resonates with me. I hate how I feel ashamed when I talk about my school, even though the school isn't bad. Coming from Ledesma, it does seem like the school does get a lot of hate, which is not really deserved, because I came from Arroyo, and man, I'm gonna be honest, I did not like it. The teachers, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, but the teachers, it felt like you were just another grade in their system of grades. You were just kind of like your student ID number. They didn't know you by your person. they knew you by your name, but they didn't know you fully, is what I'm trying to say. But it is a shame that, you know, some students do feel like that, because even like from personal experience, talking about, oh yeah, I go to Ledesma, people will give you that kind of like that weird stare, like, oh, this kid, you know, he's either bad, you know, he was tardy, he was getting into fights. Personally, I went to Ledesma because of tardiness. I lived half across town from Arroyo, so I was never able to get on time. So, I mean, hey, I live like 3 blocks away, and I can still barely make it on time, and I start at 1:30. But other than that, that is our results for Ledesma.
Hello, good evening. I'm Anissa Robles, a current junior at Mountain View High School. Alongside, I have Lucy Santos, a freshman at Mountain View High School. Comparing the two results, we have noticed a decline, except for the category of belonging and peer collaboration, which we have seen an increase in. Mountain View's best attribute is belonging and peer collaboration. In 2022, according to the data, Mountain View has risen slightly in the category of belonging and peer collaboration conducting this survey. Students feel more comfortable being themselves in the presence of their peers at school. They have close connections within their peers during school hours.
In 2021, students last year did not feel like they can be themselves around other students because they felt like they were going to get judged by their peers, especially since learning was conducted online. This is extremely important because our school wants students to feel comfortable at school and not to be ashamed for who they are without being judged.
Again, Mountain View's areas of improvement is belonging and peer collaboration. In 2022, conducting this year's survey, we did it in classrooms, in person. This could have contributed to the rise of belonging. In classrooms, it is more engaging as we are in person and face-to-face with our fellow classmates. During distance learning, it was a challenge for students to connect with one another virtually, losing the belonging factor.
In 2021, students were just starting to get used to being at school in person. It was slightly challenging because we were just getting back to normal after 2 years of the pandemic. Teachers relied on technology to just show their students how to do their to do things and expect them to work with other students through a screen.
In students' own words, first we have a strength and then we'll have an improvement. Strength. For example, my AVID teacher encourages my classmates and I to take as many AP classes to reach the expectations of a college and/or university applications. My AVID teacher is helping us to step out of our comfort zone and try challenging courses to be accepted. Another example is my math teacher. My math teacher is always telling his class to work hard and be successful. There is not a single day when he doesn't say that. Sometimes he gives us a pep talk about the real world. I feel this shows how both my teachers really care about their students. Relationships, 9th grade.
For improvement, a student stated, what I dislike the most about my school is that there aren't required courses to help us understand how adulthood of paying taxes and necessary life skills in order for us to survive. College and career readiness, 12th grade.
Thank you for your time, and I will pass it on to Rosemead High School.
Hello everyone, I'm back. So those are our key ratings. As you can see, for most of them we're below average in terms of El Monte Union High School District schools, but I will say that our top one is culture, and our lowest one being relationships. So Rosemead's best attribute is culture. Looking at the data of 2021, culture was ranked much higher last year than our current year. This could be due to less general participation among students this year or less engagement with events that celebrate students. Last year, many more clubs were active and passionate about their individual missions, which plays a large part in culture, and it's sad to see that we don't have much of that anymore. In 2022, Rosemead High School's best attributes was culture. Culture seems to be a topic mainly regarding respect for different cultures and each other. Although this is Rosemead's best attribute, it's not the best in the district. I think you can notice that from my Latino Achievement Gap article. Things such as celebrating different groups of people throughout the school year and making everyone feel appreciated is definitely a way to improve this. And, focusing on the Latino Achievement Gap at Rosemead High School. So Rosemead's areas of improvements are definitely relationships. Last year, we scored a little higher. Since 2021, we've gone down a significant percentile in terms of relationships. This could possibly be due to the return of in-person schooling, where it's more difficult for teachers and students alike to adjust and to properly develop socially and emotionally. The main issue for both of us these years is that teachers at Rosemead High School are largely disconnected from students and vice versa. An understanding of both parties and mutual respect would improve this category, but getting to that poses a challenge. For Rosemead High School's most needed area of improvement being relationships, last year we improved slightly, but this year we've decreased in percentile. For several years, relationships continue to be our lowest ranked category. Based off of the lowest ranked questions, students feel as if teachers do not make an effort to understand their lives outside of school. They do not connect with class materials to the real world, and teachers do not care if they're really learning. Additionally, more than 55% of students feel that there is not a teacher or a trusted adult they can talk to on campus if they are feeling stressed. So that kind of puts a lot into perspective in terms of how students view their staff and the teachers on campus. I can speak personally. I think that I have maybe one or two teachers on Rosemead campus where I feel like I can genuinely let them know, like, there's X, Y, and Z reason why I didn't get this assignment in, or how I'm feeling, which can be really isolating, especially when you're coming back from a pandemic, where there's a lot going on personally, emotionally, mentally. You really want to go into an environment where you feel like your teacher understands you and understands where you're coming from. So in students' own words, for college and career readiness, a 10th grader said, "I like how not every teacher is the same, and they all teach differently about the same topic. We all learn about the same thing, but in different teaching ways. Some teachers teach more at a college pace, and it makes you have to advocate for yourself rather than them holding your hand the whole way." And for overall school experience this year, an 11th grader stated, "They need to understand that we can only do so much. We can only take so much. Getting up in the morning and leaving our houses takes enough effort as it is. The pandemic took our lives, the small ounces of motivation that kept us going. It's no wonder that we're struggling. Personally, I find myself sad all the time, seeing the masks, the gloves, the restrictions. I feel stuck in a box. It's like someone cut my wings and the world is getting stripped from my hands. They need to understand that we can't just be all about school, because I would trade stray days for those moments that feel frozen in time always. And I'm not talking about something big. I mean the little moments where I take off my mask and just enjoy the view from the bleachers. Let us live. We're teenagers, we should live." I wasn't gonna state that, I'm sorry. But yeah, overall, I think that you kind of get a sense of that, like mentioned by Almani High School, the trauma learning and just kind of going back into an environment where there's still like pieces of the pandemic left and we're still in it, and you can't, that damage stays with you for a long time. I'm sure that you all feel it. And I think that when we look at our students, I know that we're looking at people who are looking for a good education, but we also have to realize that they're living their lives, and living is hard enough, and being a student is even harder. And now I will be passing it on to South Almani High School, Jaylene and Reuben.
Just press the bottom, and if you need it, it's right here.
So hello, my name is Jaylene De La Cruz, and I am a senior at South Almani High School.
Hello, my name is Reuben Carrasco, and I'm a junior at South Monte High School.
So these are both from 2021 and 2022. As we can see, there are some differences for most of them. For engagement, we went from the 56th percentile to the 64th. For academic challenge, we went to the 71st percentile to the 69th. For relationships, we went from the 49th to the 40th. For culture, we went from the 75th to the 62nd. Belonging and peer collaboration, 51st to 59th. And then college and career readiness from 66th to 74th. So for South Almani's area of improvement, so our area of improvement is culture. But if we see at the dot plot right now, it's for the past 3 years, it has gone up. But personally, I feel due to the COVID pandemic, it has gone decreasingly down. As we can see from all our previous schools, culture has been one of the major things that has been an area of improvement for most of us. And as said before, I think it is because of the COVID pandemic. Before, we used to have rallies, we used to have dances, something that all of us could collaborate in. Now it's all like, okay, we need to make sure that everything's like COVID protocol, and that is okay, but this causes the students not to be, feel in a community.
Yeah, moving on to South Monte's best attribute, in this case it would be college and career readiness. In the 2021 Youth Truth Survey results, we placed in the 66th percentile, and in the 2022s we're in the 74th percentile. And if you look at the 2022 results, the median is average, or it's estimated maybe in the 50th percentile, so we're placed well above it. So our percentile has increased moderately even though we went into lockdown. Despite being the smallest school in the district, second to Ledesma, we focus heavily and allocate plentiful resources to preparing students to be ready for college. And you may be asking, what are these resources? South Monte High School ensures preparation for college and career through accessibility of college programs such as ECA, which is abbreviated for Early College Academy. I know some of you may have attended our first graduating class of the ECA program yesterday. It was an honor to be there, and I myself am a participant of this program. Basically, what the ECA program does is that due to our location close to Rio Hondo College, we can bring college level classes to South Monte's campus. And this is accessible to all grade levels. Furthermore, we also have a dedicated college and career center. I know personally myself, I've been there junior year. I've gone and talked to one of our expertise there, Ms. Heileman, and gotten insight to what I should do to be preparing for next year's applications for college. And again, this college and career center is accessible to all grade levels. And last but not least, we have CTE classes, which stands for Career Technical Education classes, and these develop upon skills specific to certain fields of study, such as business, manufacturing, and medical. So what does this mean? Our emphasis on college readiness is paying off. We are hoping that our 74th percentile increases to at least 85 by the next year. Our goal is to provide students an environment that not only prepares students to graduate high school, but transition them into a college and career mindset as early as freshman year. So, students' own words. The first one is something that South Monte can work on, and I will read off the quote. So, there are many cases of students treating staff and adults with no amount of respect. Many treat them like the rules don't belong to them. And I think that they can do whatever. This sadly leads to more cases of students getting into arguments and getting into trouble. This is reflective of the category culture, and this is said by a grade 11, a junior.
So for one that we could work on, a quote is, South Monte High School is a very good school when it comes to college prep. All counselors push you to try your very best and not just give you your requirements to graduate, but also many classes for your interest in career. For example, I want to pursue in the medical field as a career and was given classes like psychology and recommended AP Bio so I could look good for colleges. They want you to do your best. This comes from our college and career readiness, grade 11, a junior as well. Thank you.
So, we would obviously like to hear your feedback, but before that, I just want to thank the Student Advisory Council students for coming today, because I know that, the 6 p.m. meeting isn't ideal, and waking them up at 7:30 multiple times a month wasn't ideal either, so I apologize for that, but thank you for always attending. I'm going to let Reuben close off our presentation, because I feel that it's, our next student board member, I feel like that's his role now. But I just want to thank the Student Advisory Council members and also just highlight their work throughout this year. It's been a real pleasure and an honor to have them as part of my team, and I don't think I wouldn't be doing them justice without thanking them for their work, because all my honors and my awards, and this has been the biggest of them all. So, Reuben, could you please close off our presentation?
Well, I just want to say thank you, Silali, for all your hard work. I know that all the SAC committee thanks you for your dedication to the committee. So, from personally myself, thank you so much. And can we get a round of applause for her, please? So thank you so much, Board of Trustees, for your time and attention to our presentation. And we now would like to open up to questions, comments, or concerns. Feedback is a gift. Thank you.
Ms. Torres de Segrest, if you'd like to lead us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I love to work with the high schoolers. I've been teaching confirmation class for 30 years, and I taught several times in high school. Not all the time, please, because my temper doesn't allow me to be with the high schoolers. But one thing that I want to tell you is that I love the high schoolers because you are very sincere. You really say what you think and what you see, and you are not scared of letting us know what are the things and how you feel. And I can see now, I have a lot of good comments and things from my high schoolers, and I'm very happy because it helps me to keep it up, to change, and to be a good teacher and a good professor at college. But I really admire you and respect you. This is really a very interesting paper that I would like to have with me for a long time. Thank you very much for doing. I congratulate it. And questions, I don't have to ask you questions because you were so sincere telling us what you feel that it is not necessary. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Diaz?
Thank you, President Salcedo. I just want to thank you all for your time. I know it's like late, it's almost 8 o'clock, but I'm sincerely impressed. You're really articulate, you were prepared, and you were fearless. Speaking from my own experience, being your age, I would have been up there really nervous. But if you were nervous, I couldn't tell. And so I think that's kudos to you all, and congratulations for the work that you all have put in, have been prepared to do. I think when the Student Youth Truth Survey or initiative was presented to us, we really wanted to make sure that student voices and feedback were being considered, and also that there was application and accountability to the feedback that was being gathered. And so I know, Dr. Zuniga, I'm assuming that similar to previous years, each site is going to be sitting down, reviewing, analyzing, and taking appropriate action based on the Youth Truth survey results. And so I'm looking forward to our summer retreat when we're able to further dig into Youth Truth and the survey results. So just with that, I want to thank you for your presentation, for your efforts in getting your peers to take the survey, for the honesty and feedback. And, you know, we're going to do our best to continue doing the best for you all. Thank you.
Mr. Briones?
Thank you, President Salcedo. Thank you all for being here today. I think the most important voice is yours, is our students. And I think the feedback that we get from Youth Truth is incredibly important because particularly because it is anonymous, it allows all of the students to really speak their minds. And these are things that we genuinely want to know and we need to hear. The two takeaways that I have, and this I think this is a discussion that we had last year because we've seen this trend. The positive is the rigor is there. Students have shared with us now for multiple years that the quality of the instruction and the quality of the instructional programs is great within our high schools. But those relationships between the students and the faculty and staff just aren't there. And we really need to address that because, and I think I shared this last year during the same presentation, if our teachers and our staff can't connect with our students and vice versa, the instructional program is not going to be as effective as it can be. The students need to know that somebody is there for them. And as I stated earlier, you know, sometimes students may feel that teachers are out to get them. You know, when the reality is teachers are here to teach and to ensure that you understand the material. But clearly there is a disconnect. And we want to make sure that our students know that they are being supported. But more importantly, to make sure that our faculty understands that it's a good idea to establish those relationships so that the students know that they are being supported, you know, that it's not just implied, that it's expressed to them so that that engagement continues to occur. Because once you trust somebody, you're able to establish that relationship, you're able to engage a little bit more, and it's not this distant relationship between the student and the teacher. We want to make sure that students know that you're being supported. And so I think, you know, we've heard this now for at least the last 2 years now, and we want to make sure that that gets addressed because clearly there's a disconnect between the way students feel and the way the faculty engages with them. And I mean, part of it could definitely be because of COVID. There has been, we were in distance learning and we're still working through the pandemic. But we want to make sure that your voices are heard and more importantly, acknowledge that we will address those concerns that continue to be brought up to us so that next year it's not the same message coming to us, and that we work towards better collaborating between our students and the teaching faculty. So thank you all for being here today. I look forward to engaging with you. Mr. Carrasco, I look forward to working with you the next year, and then actually we'll get into a little bit more in the next presentation, but thank you all again for being here tonight.
Mr. Padilla?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I always say, I have a little quote of myself, I don't mince my words. I love the fact that you guys are so relentless and you just tell it like it is. Ricardo, thank you for just telling it like it is and keeping it real, okay? I really appreciate that. I love, again, the collaboration, the communication, the critical thinking, and the creativity. And of course, you saw it throughout all of the surveys. I was really impressed with the high number of participation, probably the highest that we've had in the time that I've been here as a school board member. But it comes through loud and clear. Children don't care how much adults or teachers know until they know how much their teachers care. Okay, relationships comes across. So as a school board member, I remember once I got into a back and forth, you know, as you heard legal counsel, when people do public comment, we can't reply because that's the law. But this teacher from Rosemead High School came and I was so pissed off with this teacher. I'm like, I don't care, I'm gonna fire back. And the comment that I made was this. I said, some of us need to get off our pedestal, board members, superintendents, I said also teachers, and remember that our #1 customer is students. And the teacher said, Mr. Padilla, I disagree with the comment that you're making. And I said, that's fine, you can disagree, I said, but they are the #1 customer. When I sit here, I said, I'm kind of like the advocate or the union for students. You know, teachers have their teachers union, CSEA or the classified have their union, but who's the union or the representative for students and for parents? We're it. And so I told them, I said, when we make decisions here, we need to keep in mind that they are our #1 customer, and the service that we are providing as a school district is quality instruction. If we provide quality instruction and build positive relationships, then our students will not look to go to another school district. And we agreed to disagree, but I had to say that, and I was unapologetic then, and I'm unapologetic now, because that's some stuff that needs to be said. And I told the superintendent, we don't need you. They don't need board members. We don't need teachers if we don't have students. You guys, we found out through the pandemic, and I'm an educator. This is my 30th year. Going to school, I had to work and go into school as a child welfare person. It was the ugliest feeling going to a building, and it was just a building. It wasn't a school anymore, because we needed the students. We needed the children. Without students and without children, schools are just empty buildings. You guys are what gives it life. You guys are what give it the flavor. You guys are the ones that, and this is the part that he got mad at me for saying. He's like, oh my God, Mr. Padilla, you're gonna say that? Yes, I did say that because of you, we eat. We pay our cars, we pay our homes, we pay our food, we raise our children, and we owe that to you. So when parents come or children come, I listen to what they say. You know, we've also had parents who will call me. I had one this week at Sherpster School that said, you know, why can't students rate their teachers? And I had to tell them, we can't do that because there's a contract that teachers have, and we cannot allow students to fill out surveys on individual teachers. But we can have youth truth where we keep it real and students will speak to us directly without fear. Because when I take notes and I look at what was said about Arroyo High School, you know, academics are very powerful there. And yes, they are. They're a gold ribbon school. You know, one of the highest awards that we have in education. But then when I see relationships, they got work to do. So as a school board member, I would expect my superintendent that when we have the retreat, that this information is shared with the principal and the leaders of Arroyo High School, and I expect to see what are you going to do to improve relationships among our students, because your students are telling us. And data is only as good as you use it. Data's not good, data's not bad, but if you don't do a darn thing with the data, it's worthless. So as a school board member, I am gonna wanna hear, what are you gonna do at Arroyo High School to improve? Because I know your academics are awesome. And again, I want highly academic kids going on to college, but we need to look at the whole child. You know, in education, we talk about the whole child. It's not just academics. We must talk about the social, emotional, and all the other aspects of raising young, successful individual people. And I say that because Titlalic wrote something about the disparity there is in terms of getting some of the Latino students into AP classes. I love that. The fact that you said that, Mr. Diaz said if I had been a student at that time, I would be kind of a little bit afraid. Even when I was class of 91 from Rosemead High School, I don't think I would have the courage to do what you did and put it out there. But again, it's not to ding Rosemead. It's for Rosemead to look at it and truly say, hey, one of our students is telling us that this is the case. Is it really? And what are we going to do with that? Okay, and we did. This board, this entire board, tasked the superintendent with creating some type to have these compelling conversations that if there's like such a high percentage of Latino students at Rosemead High School, why does Titlalic only get to see, you know, 2 Latina girls in all of the AP classes? It's one of those things that makes you say, we need to have a discussion about this. So Truth, I love it. So Arroyo, great academics, let's work on the relationships. When it comes to Almani High School, college and career was strong, and the relationships were there, but the culture needs to improve. I could tell with today's presentation that the principal brought today with the team, I could tell that they have a plan that they're putting in place to address all of those things that they talked about, the flexibility, the adaptability, the empowerment. That was music to my ears when I see this. So for Fernando Ledesma, Ricardo, thank you for keeping it real. You said I live so close to the school and I don't even make it on time. That I pick up on that. I'm a child welfare person. I'm the truancy officer. I'm the one who goes and picks you up and gets your butt to school to make sure that you get the instruction, because we can have the best teachers, we can have the best instruction, we can have the best curriculum, the best reteaching skills, the best tutoring programs, the best technology. But if your butt's not there, it doesn't matter, Ricardo. So I'm glad you're making it, okay? And yes, Fernando Ledesma, it is hard because you have Lions, you have, you know, Vikings, you have students from all different high schools, and it's hard to make it all work in such a short time. But what I have found about Fernando Ledesma is that we're supposed to, you know, work on the students, get them up to speed, and then send them back. But what ends up happening, and I've been a board member here for 10 years, kids feel so supported there, and it's such a clean campus, and they're so polite and respectful that what ends up happening, they end up graduating from where? From Fernando Ledesma High School, right? Because the relationships are there. When I see Mr. Freddie Arteaga and Bernie Arteaga and the team that they have over there, the majority of the teachers are good. There's a couple that, you know, we could do a little better, but I hear from students, hey man, I love it here, you know. I used to think that before I came here, it was a homie gangster school, and I was going to get beat up by some gang members, and that's the feeling that a lot of parents have until the parent actually goes and takes a tour and says, oh my God, it's nothing like that. Go ahead.
Like you're saying, like during open house, how we had like the cookout with the burgers, and you know, it's crazy that you say that because it's true. Like I personally, I wanted to go back to Arroyo, but then I really thought about it. Am I still gonna have the relationships with the teachers that I built? Is it gonna it's gonna be another culture shock? You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be the same exact thing that happened what happened during my freshman year going to Ledesma. Am I gonna want to restart and possibly mess it up again, or would I rather keep on going and stay on the path that I'm on to graduate? I'm on my path to Rio Hondo, and I'm going for psychology for transfer. And you know, I personally, I never really thought I was gonna be able to go to college. I never really thought I was even gonna possibly be standing behind here in front of the board. So that opportunity is really awesome, and you know, I'm thankful for it.
Yeah, and more power to you. And I know that you will go on and transfer or graduate from Rio Hondo College, my alma mater as well. You know, I too, when I was a young kid, you know, immigrant, English language learner on free and reduced lunch. Nobody in my family went to college, and here were 3 kids. It was me, Pedro Llanes, and Mando Santana. Okay, one of them is a detective, another one's a police officer. I think they're both detectives, and me, I became an educator. But I was this young little Latino Mexican kid that didn't have a clue what college was about, but I know I didn't want to do construction with my father because he'd wake my butt up on weekends, and I'm like, oh, hell no, I'm not doing this for a living. It was too much. Didn't want to dirty my hands, and I went over and became an educator. So I know you will do the thing, and we'll come back and work in our community. So thank you for keeping it real and for acknowledging that is what happens at Fernando Ledesma. And so I look forward to seeing you in your graduation. The entire board will be there.
Thank you.
Yes. For Mount View, again, relationships. We got to work on those relationships. Again, relationships. Rosemead High School, okay? I have to say this to you, Citlali. I've been on this board again for 10 years, and we've had some awesome student trustees here, but I want to say it in front of your peers. You have stood out to me as the best of the best, and we've had some really good ones, and I know that this board knows that, but for you to lead the Student Advisory Committee made me very proud. I mean, you are so bold, and I have no doubt that as you complete your education, you will come back and do some amazing things in this neighborhood, because many students that grew up in this neighborhood, El Monte's a special place. You will come back. You will come back and replace one of us, or city council, or be an assemblywoman or a senator. I have no doubt. Everybody needs to remember that name of Citlali. So thank you for leading our students and for giving them a voice and for empowering and for reminding them that they are our #1 customer and that we must do something with this data. If we do nothing with this data, shame on this board. And if we don't do anything, we don't deserve to be here, and we need to be booted out to bring in some people that are going to do something about listening to the voice of our students, okay? And lastly, for South El Monte High School, absolutely. I visited the Early College Academy yesterday, and it goes hand in hand with what the results show, the college and career readiness. And I want to publicly thank Mr. Larry Cecil, because he is the man who made it possible for us to create a partnership with Rio Hondo College to be able to offer and to attend that graduation yesterday, Mr. Larry Cecil. For the time that I've been here, that has been one of my highlights in my career as a school board member, to watch students who have taken college classes for 4 years. I mean, never before on this board had we seen that. And I talked about how in 1992, when that school opened, I graduated in 91. I'm an old fart. In 92, that school opened and you made history. And I'm glad that I got to sit here and go to that first graduation, because you guys created history at South El Monte High School as being the first graduating class. That made me very proud. And to watch your parents was just speechless about what you guys did. So South El Monte, you know that you're strong in college and career, and we gotta make that better. So thank you all for your time. I know that you guys always meet in the mornings, and you have to give something up in order to be there. So kudos to all of you, to your parents for being amazing leaders, and I am glad that we have the Student Advisory Committee, but I'm even more glad that we're one of the boards in California that has a student voice to speak for our #1 customer. So, mil gracias a todos. Thank your parents, and my hat goes off to you. And I promise you that for as long as I'm on this board, and I'm sure my colleagues will feel the same, we are going to do something with this data. And I know that at the retreat I will ask, well, what's the plan for each high school in terms of the area of improvement? And again, we all must continue to work together, because the goal is to make you productive citizens of our society, to get a quality education, but also to build you as a whole child, to make sure that your social emotional needs are taken into consideration just as much as your brain and your academics. So, thank you.
I want to thank all of you for, first of all, having the courage to come down on a Wednesday evening and share with all of us. It's impressive, and I congratulate all of you. I know that we have representation from all classes. We have freshmen all the way to senior. So I really appreciate that. I think that it's important to have some kind of continuity And so that kind of ensures that, just to have somebody from the different levels, also brings a different perspective as well. So I appreciate that. Curious, we have the numbers. Do we have a percentage of participation?
Dr. Zuniga, I believe you have that.
Yes, we do. I believe it was nearly 80% this year.
Okay. Is that's like the highest we've had?
I believe we've had higher when we had pre-pandemic time. One time, I think it was like almost every kid I made had to complete it. So there was one year that we had a very extreme high year. So, yeah, but the last 3 years, I think this is probably one of the highest ones that we've had.
So maybe during our retreat, we can also discuss ways of increasing that, or
If I can,
with the student advisory.
Absolutely.
Sorry, if I can add, I think that given that we're coming back from a pandemic, I didn't expect as high as a rating as we received, just because I knew that students might be hesitant to answer a survey, especially like given like the circumstances, and also like I know that that organization factor of having to push that out and having students respond to it could be really difficult. So I do want to highlight that I feel like our students did take part in that. I know that a lot of our students did motivate their friends and did QR codes on the walls to get students to really sign up for the survey and fill it out. But hopefully, like as the years go by, we do improve in that, the participation of that. Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is we're going to get 90 next year.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
And you know, I did also want to touch on Ricardo, and you know, just something that you're never going to have an issue if you're honest and you're genuine. Okay, you can stutter all you want, you know, and I didn't hear any of that. I thought you were well spoken and very poised. So I look forward to big things from you too, buddy. Okay. Again, just thank all of you guys for being here and being the voice of our student body. It really does make a huge difference. And hopefully, I know Dr. Zuniga and the rest of this board is looking forward to our retreat to see how we can address some of these concerns. Thank you, guys.
If I could have you guys just hang out here for a couple of minutes. If you want to just hang out here for a couple of minutes, I'd like Tizale to be recognized in front of her peers. I think it's just an opportunity to take right now. So, Board President, if I may, we go out to the next item where we're going to recognize our outgoing, not only our SAC president, which she wears two hats. Obviously, she's a SAC president, Student Advisory Council president, and now departing her 2 years of service to this entire school community as student board member. We just met recently on Monday, and we had our meeting, the final meeting. And as part of our final meeting, we go through the process of really passing the baton, right? And Zilali did a wonderful job in that process to make sure that the students who were there and preparing to vote did it with fidelity and were sure that the next person would take on that baton and run with it. So the bar has been raised. We all know that. I mean, even higher than this. And we have to go above that as well. And Reuben, you have some big shoes to fill, though yours are probably bigger than hers. But as we think about that, you know, and you're looking at the responsibility that she has done up here as the board member, you kind of get a glimpse about, you know, her responsibility, about how she responds, how she responded today, even through good times and bad times within this district, right? Every district has its moments, and it's how we respond to them too. And she's responded very well over the last 2 years. She's challenged each one of us here on the diocese to make sure that, you know, the services that we speak about and promote, college and career readiness to all of our students, is what we do every day, whether it's through our LCAP plan, whether it's through, you know, your school plans, which we call, you know, the studies, WASH studies, accreditation studies as well. I mean, this tool has been valuable for that process where the student voice has been embedded into those plans, And principals' responsibilities are to look at that data and share with their staff about what students are saying and doing. It wasn't 2 people responding at each school. In fact, the percentage that we talk about, this is not the only survey that is being, that is taking place this time. I mean, right now, I've been reading emails the last couple days about the push for the Panorama survey results, because that's another survey that is going to help support through, SCL. There are other things that we're trying to support students by, and having that input really drafts that plan for next year, how to approach that too. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud that the board has really taken on this initiative about True Truth, and knowing that, the student leader who has sat here, I think maybe 8th or 9th year now that we've had, probably maybe 7th or 8th, taking back, that we've had a student board member. And every year we say, God, I wonder what this one's gonna do. And yet we're blown away about the performance that students are here for. But I think this is really the ultimate one, about having 2 years and having to know you very well. You and I have had a great relationship in communicating and really challenging ourselves to follow through with the agenda for SAC meetings to make sure that kids get there safely to the meetings. And distance learning took a step back because it was really difficult to hold those meetings and get everyone on board. So last year, unfortunately, that was a challenge for us, is trying to, how are we going to put these plans together, initiatives and activities on campus when we're not on campus, right? So having that done, we got through it. But we doubled up this year, and we did our best to carry the district's initiative through resolutions, through ensuring that is resonated at all schools too. But we could have done it without Lali Palacios, who is here with us today, and after tonight, she'll wave goodbye. We'll see her at graduation. But she's already told them on Monday that I'm just a phone call away. Everybody's going to have my number. I'm going to be with you guys in spirit while I'm studying on UCLA. But I expect you guys to carry that torch and do it well next year too. So a lot of you guys who are underclassmen understand what we do every day is when we meet at SAC meetings as well. We have a few things for you as you depart. Obviously, the UCLA memorabilia here and all the decorations, we wanted to make sure that you felt how proud we are of you going on to UCLA and becoming a Bruin too. I want to thank Mrs. Soares for taking on and just putting this over the weekend to make sure that you felt, that how much pride we have of you going on, and how much you're going to make us proud. I call myself to this morning. I was talking to the FMLT maintenance department. It's like, I'm just a kid from Momani. So, here I am, and yet here we are addressing student needs in the pandemic era. Same way you're going to speak about going to UCLA, seeing the big picture of Westwood and everything else, but yet, we're going to be alongside with you in spirit as well, too, while you're over there, too. Okay? So, on my behalf, thank you. So proud of you, and I hope that you can check in with me and see how things are going once in a while and come by and see us. And really, when there's a need, I'm sure the students will reach out to you, too. And I'm going to hand it over to the president. We have a few items we want to present to you, and then we'll go from there. Maybe if you want to go down there, President Salcedo, the board.
Yes, if the rest of the
hand
board
it
will
over to
also
you.
join me.
Yes. Be careful with Dr. Zuniga, though. He's a Trojan, you know that, right? So be careful.
He's half. He's divided.
You'll have to be a Bruin now.
What do they have there? You have to check all these.
So as we prepare for the presentation, those of you guys who are seniors, may have got one already, but it's okay. After tonight, you're probably going to get one. If you're a senior and you're at SAC, you're going to wear this for graduation. And this opportunity is a symbol of only, 6 seniors that will wear this entire school district during their graduation at all schools. Only 6. Okay? That means one from each of the schools that served on their student advisory council for their dedication to all students at their school. We also, for the student, you can hold that for me, for the student advisory council, she gets that, but for the student board member, she got 2. You know why she got 2? 2 years. 2 years. That's right. Are you there? That was 2021. And then we have 2022. There's a school district logo, and it says 2021, 2022 Monte Union High School District Student Board. Wow. So, congratulations.
I think Dr. Zuniga covered it all. But so well deserved. I mean, I think that every single one of us is just so proud to be able to say, one, that we have a student board member, but of somebody of this quality, that's unmatched. Yeah. Big shoes. Big shoes. Well, look, we've had every year, everybody has taken it up a notch, right? And they've done it their way, right? But like I said earlier, being honest and being genuine. So I'm sure he's going to do it his way, and I'm sure he's going to be able to represent our students in his way. So, but still, big shoes, buddy. So I just want to read the certificate of recognition to you, Citlali, just for your dedication and your commitment to the students of the Almana Union High School District and for your service as a 2021-2022 student board member. We know you've done it a couple years now. Just a big congratulations from all of us, myself as president, Mr. Diaz, vice president, our clerk, Ms. Torres de Sigris, and members Briones and Padilla. Just a big congratulations. Along with this certificate, we do want to offer you an outstanding service award, just another symbol of our appreciation. And this reads, Citlali Palacios, 2021-2022, student board member in recognition of your extraordinary commitment and dedication to the Almana Union High School District. Congratulations. We do have a nice carrying case for you, so at the end, we'll make sure to package it all up for you. And at this point, let me invite the rest of the board to make some comments. We'll start with Ms. Torres de Sigris.
Well, I have kind of envy from Dr. Zuniga to give you that band, because you should have got also the band of the Girl State. She was wonderful. I had the honor of talking with you for a long time, and I discovered what intelligent you are. You could have been the National Girl State, I was sure, because your knowledge about the human being, the love to the people, and you show here how much you love the students, how much you love your country. Well, for reasons that you know and your mom knows, you couldn't be there. But you were one of the candidates for being a Girl State. I am so proud of you, because when I see you working here, when I saw you working here, I was very surprised and very happy to know you. Thank you very much, and congratulations. I wish you the best, because you are going to do it. Remember us, and keep it up with the good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Sigris. Gosh, I don't even know where to start. Citlali and I had a conversation last week when we were at the ribbon cutting at Rosemead High School's new track and field. And, we were just catching up, and I was sharing my experiences at school, and telling her maybe what to expect at UCLA, and I just happened to mention to her that I had been accepted at UCLA too, and she got so excited, and I said, but I'm not going to UCLA, it's not my top choice, so I'm sorry. But I was really excited to know that you'd been accepted to UCLA, because not only is it a great institution, but they should be incredibly honored and privileged to have somebody like you on their campus there at Westwood. And I mean it, and I hope you take it to heart. When you step foot on that campus, you make it known. 1, you belong there, you earned your spot there. And 2, you remind folks, you're from El Monte Union. Don't ever forget, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. As a board, we've had the privilege of working with many student trustees. When I first got on the board in 2017, we had Julissa Salcido, then we had Heather Wynn, and then we had Angel Jimenez. And we had the privilege of working with you for 2 years. The first student board member that served 2 terms. I don't know if it's going to be the only board member, but Reuben, most definitely do have some very big shoes to fill. See, Lali, it's been more than a pleasure having you serve with us. Your insight into our campuses, your insight into the policy discussions that we have here are worlds beyond what other individuals may have brought to this board. And the courage that you have to speak, and to all of you here tonight. 20 years ago, I probably wouldn't have done this. I would have been, scared out of my wits. But you come and you speak to us, you sit on the dais with us, and you ask questions, and you discuss the items that are on the agenda, and you give your opinion, not only your own, but what's representative of the rest of the community that you represent. That speak worlds about who you are. And one of the things that she shared with me last week when we were talking, she said, Mr. Briones, sometime in the future, I may have your seat. And I said, absolutely you will. I hope that you do, and I fully expect that you do. And as Mr. Padilla said, if it's not going to be here, it's going to be on the city council somewhere, it's going to be in the state legislature, it's going to be in Washington, D.C. at the Capitol. Not only do I hope for many great things for you, but more importantly, I expect many great things from you. You truly represent what our students are all about, what El Monte Union High School District stands for. And I truly mean it when I say there's nobody else that I have had the pleasure of having there with us than you. Congratulations, so well deserved. And, I can't wait to hear about all the great things that you're doing. Congratulations.
So Lali, what are you studying at UCLA? What's your area of focus? Political science. Oh yeah, you for sure. Next president right here at El Monte School District. Well, I just want to echo the sentiment of everyone else, of what they shared. I think your leadership during one of the most difficult times, not just in the El Monte High School District, but in all of human time, right? Like going through this pandemic, was very much appreciated, and that's why you were the only 2-term student board member, and so that's not missed on myself, it's not missed on my colleagues, your leadership and your ability to continue to be fearless. And so we're gonna miss you, for sure. And I know it's like, you think I don't recognize you, but I just wake up at 5 a.m., so this is like my 4th shift, so excuse me for the fog at times, but I think that when it's all said and done, the El Monte School District is gonna remember what you've done, what you've led, what you've initiated, the mentorship, the peer mentorship that you may have already had or impact on your colleagues that are here today. That won't be forgotten. And so really sincere appreciation for all your work and leadership. I'm sure we're going to see you back here if you, I don't know if we can talk about this legally, but you'll get a donation from me for sure when you decide to run for office, because we need more people like yourself. And I'll just close with, since I learned last week that you appreciate a good dad joke or a pun, I'm just going to close with one. All right, so you're going to college, obviously, right? UCLA. Why does the sun not need to go to college? Because it already has millions of degrees. It's the sun. Wow. Congratulations again, Citlali.
Citlali's like, I'm glad I'm leaving. I don't have to listen to any more of those jokes. Come on over here, Citlali. You're our star. Voy a hablar poquito en español. Es importante que la madre de Citlali sepa todo lo que hemos dicho como miembros de la mesa directiva. Si puede venir la mamá para acá, pase para acá, señora. Un aplauso para la mamá. Let's have a round of applause for mom. You know, voy a hablar en español, okay? I'm going to speak in Spanish because Citlali's mother speaks Spanish and understands Spanish, and it's the most comfortable. Pero la mesa directiva acabamos de decir 1,000,000 de cosas positivas de su hija, que es la miembro de la mesa directiva estudiantil más inteligente que hemos tenido. Cada año tenemos un nuevo miembro de la mesa directiva estudiantil, pero su hija hizo historia porque fue la que tuvo 2 términos como miembro de la mesa directiva representando a todos los estudiantes de este distrito. I've shared that Citlali made history by being the only board member to have served 2 terms. And I wanted to make sure that the mom understands that. Quería que usted escuchara eso en mi lengua natal, también el español. I remember my mother sitting through some graduations and I thought, Mom, it was a great graduation. What did you think? Recuerdo que mi madre se sentó en una graduación y le dije, ¿qué pensaste? Fue una graduación excelente, ¿verdad? And my mom says, no entendí ni papas. I didn't understand a darn thing. So it's important for Citlali's mom to get it in her native language. And the fact that you're bilingual just makes you extra special. La cosa que ella es bilingüe, ese es otro atributo que tiene su hija ahora que va a ir a estudiar a la universidad. De parte mía y de todas mis colegas aquí, de parte del superintendente, el resto del personal administrativo, estamos tan orgullosos de su hija, de todo lo que va a completar, todo lo que ha completado hasta ahorita. Y todos decimos que ella nos va a hacer muy orgullosos cuando vaya a estudiar a la Universidad de UCLA, pero sabemos que ella tiene una grandeza. Va a venir y va a ser miembro de la mesa directiva, o va a ser concejal, o va a ser asambleísta, o senadora, o hasta puede ser presidenta de esta nación. No tenemos ninguna duda. We have no doubt that she's going to go on and do some great things and make us proud. She could go on and be a congresswoman, an assemblywoman, a senator, or even our president. So on behalf of myself, Mr. Ricardo Padilla, and my entire board, we are so proud of you. So proud of you. Estamos tan orgullosos de ella. Mil gracias. And I will close with this. Parents, those of us that are parents, we will always judge ourselves with how our kids turn out. Los padres siempre se miden qué tan buenos padres son según cómo salen sus hijos. Y le puedo decir que usted, yo sé que ha sido madre y padre. I know that usted está criando a su niña y ha hecho un magnífico trabajo en criar a su niña y lo que se ha convertido. Felicidades a usted y toda su familia, ¿ok?
Because I do want you to close it off, and I do want Mom to close it off. Miranda wanted to come up and say a few words, one of your colleagues, so.
Okay. Hello, everybody. So I've told Citlali this a million times, but I just feel the need for the entire world to hear it. I've known Citlali since we were like in 3rd, 4th grade. We were in GATE, Gifted and Talented Education, the program together. Every Saturday we saw each other. And I can truly say from the bottom of my heart, this charisma, this amazing character, how insanely intelligent Citlali is, this isn't something that she grew into, a hobby. She's been like this since day one. She is so diligent. Citlali, yo la he conocido desde niña chiquita. Hemos ido a la escuela los sábados juntos en los programas de GATE. Yo quiero muchísimo a Citlali. Es una persona extremadamente sincera. Una persona con la que alguien sabe que siempre puedes contar con ella. Y I wouldn't be surprised, yo no me sorprenderé si Gladys sería la reina del mundo. She can literally be the queen of the world. She can do anything, and I wouldn't doubt it. When I walked in here, my first day for the first time that I was here, the last district meeting, I think, I saw Siglali's name under student board member right here. Like, she has her own chair, everything. I wasn't even surprised. I was like, this is Siglali. I know how she is. This is her. I'm so proud of her. I'm not even surprised that you're going to UCLA. I knew you could strive for great things just like this because you're amazing, Siglali. You're an amazing person. Not only are you super intelligent, great in academics, and you care for others, you're just a really, really well-rounded person. You truly care. And I think that that's something really important that people should have. And I'm so grateful that there's somebody like you out in the world, and I know you're going to do amazing things when you grow up. And I'm just so happy for you. Forever. Oh, also, I don't know if any of you all have heard of the show Malcolm in the Middle. I used to I still do call her Malcolm because she's insanely, insanely smart. So I would always tell her, you literally remind me of Malcolm. He's so smart. She's the exact same way. There you go.
I was addicted to that show.
I'm rewatching it right now.
A lot of careers are thrown out there, but there's nothing wrong with being a teacher also. So keep that in mind also. Before we give the mic over to you again, we do have a little gift from Mr. Steelman from the district. So Mr. Steelman, if you want to come on up.
Take that from me for a second. It's Malcolm Palacios. Nothing more that I can say that hasn't already been said. I don't get the opportunity, being the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, to have a personal connection with our students nearly as much as our site leaders do. But you, on the other hand, at some point you stopped being a student and you became a colleague, right? During the pandemic, so many different events that we worked together, and your unwavering dedication to the student body and community, you did just a fantastic job. You truly, I won't say it, Reuben, I promise. But you did an amazing job. And so Dr. Zuniga and I collaborated a little bit. We said, hey, she's done something that's unprecedented. We really want to honor her by giving her something that we've never done before. And don't make it so that we have to do this every single time, unless you want to raise the bar as well. All right, Reuben. But we reached out to our district partners, Ari Jones, and we said, hey, we have somebody very, very special. We want to honor her. And the only way that we could honor you is by giving you something that we've given to nobody else. So here you go. You get this package, which I won't make you open. But since we know that our Access for All Learning Initiative provides a Chromebook for every student when they move on to higher education, which is a great thing about our program. However, we know that you're going to go into your master's and your doctorate and all that good stuff, so you're going to need something that maybe goes a little bit longer, and so I gave you something that I have myself, and even with the UCLA colors, an HP Elite Dragonfly, it's an amazing laptop, let's just say that, and all the other peripheral goodness, and so we wanted to make sure that you had everything that you needed for all the years to come, and so thank you for your dedication. Nope. It is yours, fine.
Wow. Oh, mami, ¿me la sacas, por favor? Gracias. Sorry, I'm a little speechless, and normally I'm not. I feel like I talk a lot. But it's been a real privilege to be the student board member for 2 years and to be the SAC president for 2 years. I think something that Reuben really touched on in his speech when he was trying to get elected was that you have to go in with good intentions and you have to go in with good heart. And I hope that it showed that I really cared about this position. It wasn't a position that was for luxury. It wasn't something where I was waiting for gifts. I did not expect this at all. I walked into this because I genuinely loved helping people. And that's something that's always stayed close to me. I think that something that I really thought about as I was considering my major and considering my school is, what's my purpose? And I've learned that my purpose is helping people. I like serving, I like making people feel good, I like making people feel valued and heard. And as a little girl, I feel like, I remember being first, second grade and always wondering I just want people to really feel like they have someone there for them that really cares about them and their well-being. And that's always been my intention. It's why I vocalize how I feel and why I vocalize how our students feel, because I want them to know that there's someone on this board that really cares about them and that isn't wearing a fancy suit. No offense, you guys look great in your suits, but that looks just like them. I think that something that one of my teachers told me was, it means a lot more when it's someone that's your peer. And it does, it really does mean a lot more. No offense to all of you and your wonderful speeches, but hearing it from Miranda, someone that I grew up with, someone that's my age, to earn that respect, and for her to see that this wasn't all sparkles and glitter and gold, but it was genuine care, that's what means a lot to me. And I couldn't be more grateful for the gifts and the patience and the understanding, not just from the board, but from our students, for putting up with the 7:30 a.m. meetings, and for doing so much more, for showing up for me, and for participating in the events and participating in the discussions. That made the job way easier. It's just been a privilege overall to serve you, and I hope I've done it well, and I hope I've done it honestly. And I'm forever grateful for this opportunity. It's been the biggest honor of my life thus far, and hopefully it just gets better. Hopefully I just keep improving and shooting for the stars, but if not, I'm really privileged for it. There was a lot of love there and a lot of care there, and I hope that you felt that through all of it, because it genuinely means a lot to me to serve you. I feel like, sure, it's nice to have a little plaque with my name on it, but that real connection of having people to go back to and to have those discussions and to get that feedback, that's what meant the most to me when I had that interaction. It makes you feel like you're doing something right, and it makes you feel like you're doing something that's worth more than just a plaque, you know? It's really easy to sit up here and to talk, but like, it's the action and it's the discussions and it's going back and meeting with you. That's what matters to me. So I'm forever grateful for the opportunity. I hope I did the 2 years justice. And you'll be hearing back from me, by the way. I'll be coming up with public comments. Watch out. I'm not leaving. But yeah, like I said, if you ever need me, please shoot a text. If anything ever goes wrong, I'll probably be the one to call it out. Sorry, it's just in my nature. But yeah, thank you for everything. And also, I just want to thank my mom and my dad. My dad wasn't able to come today. He was working. Pero mami, muchas gracias por tu apoyo. And to my brother and my little sister, they've been really supportive. And I know that it's hard. I think that's something that we forget a lot, is that when you're in these positions, you give up a lot of family time, like a lot of family time. And I'm sure that you all feel that. So knowing that they were supportive of all of this from the beginning. And also knowing that my mom, I know sometimes it's hard for her to hear me be up here and kind of put you all on blast, because she's like, that's a governing body, you know, you don't want to get in trouble with them. They have like a whole attorney and everything. I always tell her, you know what, I'm just gonna go in there and speak the truth, and then whatever happens afterwards, future me can deal with. So yeah, I think that having that support has really meant a lot to me. And I know that this means a lot to my dad, even though he's not here because he's working, you know. I have to pay for college. I don't know if you guys noticed. But I know that he's a big political guy. This is his stuff, you know, and I get my stubbornness and my grit from him. So I'm sure that he'll be happy to hear that all of this happened, and I'm sure he'll watch the videos and get really excited, which is really heartwarming. So again, thank you to our students. Thank you for electing me and for trusting me with all this. 2 years is a long time, and it's really scary to let it go, because, you know, I really fell in love with this position, and I loved being around you. Reuben, you have big shoes to fill. Just kidding. I have strong faith in him. Please have strong faith in him and patience, and just remember, like, go into this with these, like you said, with good intentions, and everything good will come out of it. That goes without saying that I genuinely believe in Reuben and his abilities. I've seen him work. I've seen his love and his passion. I'm also hyping him up really, really highly right now, so you better like meet the standards, because I'm making like a good promise here, okay? But yeah, again, thank you. Sorry for like talking a lot. You're gonna miss that, so you know, I'm like taking in the moment. Thank you. Also, Mr. Steelman and everybody here, thank you for the computer. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm kind of not processing yet. Is there like a fee afterwards? Like, I'm just, okay. Thank you.
So if we could take some pictures first with the board, and then we'll, with the student advisory and then family. And then we are going to take a short break to celebrate Citlali and all that she's done for our district and for all of our students. So board, if you join me up here.
I'll be in the back, I'm tall.
Like we said about small school, big heart.
If we can make our way back in, so we can get started, resume open session. Okay. Where's his blood? There you go.
Sorry about that. Okay. See, I had a whole Google Doc prepared, so, okay. Overall, with Student Advisory Council communications, my last Student Advisory Council meeting was on Monday. Sorry, am I missing something? Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Obviously, we officially elected Reuben Carrasco from South El Monte High School, a current junior, to be our next student board member and student advisory council president. I know that we said he has big shoes to fill, but I have no doubt that he'll do a great job. And I'm very confident in his abilities, and I know that our student advisory council committee was also very confident in his abilities, given that he was elected with a majority vote. So I'm just really excited for what's to come for him and for the rest of our council. So to start, we have our normal pluses and deltas of our April resolutions. As you know, pluses are something positive. It's like the pros or the glows, as Angel Jimenez would call it, and then the deltas are the grows. So for National Autism Awareness Month, our pluses for Rosemead was they put a few banners around the school and bracelets and were handed out to raise awareness. For South El Monte High School, during this initiative, they made an information post to raise awareness to the day. They also tried to implement other activities at other schools, such as weekly visits to the special ed classes to interact with the students there. They also brought awareness to the day by announcing it in the morning announcements. For El Monte High School, posters were put up to raise awareness. For Arroyo High School, they had to wear red for their spirit day and handed out ribbons as well as an infographic on what some people with autism led businesses to support. And then for Fernando Ledesma, their staff showcased the shirts that were provided by the district office to support AAM. For Mountain View High School, they had an autism awareness poster outside the Wellness Center as well as ribbons. For the support of voter education, Rosemead, they had a few students go to the city and talk about voter education. They made a few posts about pre-registration as well. South El Monte High School, they tried to implement was something that they tried to implement was getting their government classes to give extra attention to this matter. They also tried to provide information about voting through online posts and morning announcements. With El Monte High School, students were assisted in both pre-registering and registering to vote during lunch. Arroyo High School put a post explaining what it is and when they are eligible, as well as some resources for references. And then students from Ledesma walked through pre-registration forms in government classes. They had discussions on financial aid and voter registration forms that were presented to them through their classes. And Mountain View High School briefly discussed this during open house. For recognizing anti-Asian sentiment, Rosemead worked with our Anti-Racist Coalition Club to recognize the anti-Asian sentiment by the district. And South El Monte High School did They focused on recognizing the anti-Asian sentiment resolution that the district was pushing, And South El Monte High School did various informational posts regarding this initiative. They also implemented various cultural representations in the morning announcements. El Monte High School had posters all up around their campuses, and Fernando Ledesma had several lessons on inclusion. Overall, I think that this year was really a difficult year for all of our students, especially coming back from, distance learning and the pandemic. And over the last 2 years, they've done a really great job at carrying out the resolutions as best as they could. I don't doubt that Reuben will continue pushing out the resolutions. I also want to state that him and I will be meeting next week for me to give him kind of student board member SAC president 101, so he isn't up here and lost, because we want to make sure he's prepared and he isn't overwhelmed. Just overall, I just want to commend all of our students for all their work these last 2 years that I've been a part of it, and also to just remind Reuben to sit up here and stand by your words and stand by your values, and if they go low, you go high. So I'm really grateful to have gotten this opportunity. And with that, I close my last student board member communications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palacios. Before we get to you, Dr. Zuniga, I know we have a representative from EMUEA who would like to make some comments.
Thank you, especially when we're thinking about flexibility, which was presented earlier. I am the vice president from EMUEA, but I'm here on a personal matter as well, just representing myself as a teacher. So good evening, board members, cabinet, and community members. My name is Grace Hernandez, and I'm a going on 16-year veteran teacher. I'm at Ledesma. And I stand here before you to reiterate some of what my colleague Don Quick spoke about at the last board meeting, which was Wednesday, May 4th. I stand in the belief that every single education worker deserves a raise, pay equality, and the right to collaborate about major changes in their jobs, considering the impact of those changes on the faculty and students in order to help our community in the upcoming school year. As the 2022-2023 school year bargaining cycle commences, I would like to affirm my support of EMUEA's negotiation team. They are our voice at the bargaining table, and their decisions align with our needs and wants. I respect their wisdom and dedication to hammer out a new contract in a timely manner, meaning by June 30th. I hope that the district and board shares in my respect and desire to conclude quickly. Thank you for your time, and have a good evening. I actually really enjoyed this evening. It was really nice.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Zuniga?
Yeah, President Salcedo, there's no formal presentation from me. Specific to want to recognize not only May is month of recognition for our employees. We recognize our teachers earlier this month, and this week is about our CSE employees. So I want to express my gratitude for all the employees of this district that are the backbone of our operations every day, our classified employees. So shout out to them today. And then last, I wish all the seniors pleasant commencements coming up in a few weeks. We'll be all there to support them and hopeful for a successful last 2 weeks of school. So that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Do we have any questions on the consent agenda from Ms. Torres de Segrest?
No, I don't have any questions.
Mr. Diaz?
No.
No.
Mr. Briones?
None for me, thank you.
Mr. Padilla?
None for me, President.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so moved. We move to the regular agenda. This is consider approval of agreement between Almonte Union High School District and California Schools Risk Management.
Move to approve.
Second.
Can we just have a quick explanation from Dr. Zuniga or Mr. Alatar?
Sure. Mr. Alatar, would you like to
why we're making this move?
directly involved with that?
Yeah, sure. As you are aware, the school district is part of the merged GBA, and the merged board approved to enter into agreement with CSRM to provide liability, general liability, property, and cyber insurance for the merge as a group. The main reason that that action was taken because ASCIP, who is the current provider for the service, elected not to provide services to the GBA, but provide the services to members of GBA directly. And when the RFP was, when the proposals were received, CSRM came first and actually provide about $425,000 saving from ASCIP rates for the district for next year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, so moved. Number 2, consider approval of resolution 52-21/22 to join California Schools Risk Management.
Move to approve. Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so moved. Number 3, consider approval of resolution number 53-21/22 21/22, further delaying the COVID-19 vaccine requirement for students to the 2023-2024 school year in order to align with the state of California's timeline for the COVID-19 vaccine requirement in schools.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so moved. Number 4, consider approval of agreement between the Almona Union High School District and Tao Rosini for legal counsel services.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so moved. We now move to Board Communication Roundtable. Ms. Torres de Seigres, if you'd like
Yes.
to begin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. We have a meeting in Arroyo High School, and we have our new board members in the board, and I was selected as a secretary. And one of the things that we talked about was that the fundraiser from Checkys Pizza was a success, and yes, we are going to give a small amount of money to our students as a scholarship for them for this year. The other thing that we did is that we, what else do we do? I attend to the, when was this? To the ribbon, the cutting ribbon in Rosemead. It was a great opportunity. We were very happy there. It was a beautiful ceremony. I really enjoyed it a lot. And yesterday, I attended the program that is called the Early College Academy in South del Monte. It was really very grateful, very wonderful to see how the students, 81 students, they got this award. And it's something that makes you feel that it's worth it to keep having this relationship with other universities and college. That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz?
Not for me.
Mr. Briones?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very quickly, wanted to say thank you to Rosemead High School staff and everyone who showed up to the ribbon cutting at Marinelli Stadium last week. It's a beautiful facility. I can't wait to see what the rest of the campuses are going to look like. And then thank you, Dr. Zuniga and Mr. Diaz, for your special recognition of Mr. Warren from class of 1950 at Rosemead High School. It was really nice to have him on campus and be able to celebrate not only the ribbon cutting, but also celebrate him being able to attend the ceremony. And then lastly, just wanted to share that the Almani Women's Club, this year I am the chair of the scholarship committee, and this Friday we will begin our interviews for our scholarship recipients. I've already reached out to the schools. We're setting up those time slots for them, and we should be able to have the scholarship recipients named by the time of the awards nights at each campus. So we will be sure to share that information with the site administration so that our students can be recognized. And that's it for me tonight.
Mr. Padilla?
Yes, I've had some great highlights during my time as a school board member. I want to give kudos to Dr. Edward Zuniga regarding the event for the Parent Volunteer Recognition Luncheon. Amazing. To see that many people get involved in education at the high school level, and for us to be able to conduct our own luncheon without any neighboring district and fill up an entire auditorium was phenomenal. Kudos, Dr. Zuniga, for your leadership and for bringing it to that level, along with the entire staff and everybody that was involved. I want to publicly say that to you, and if you could please relay that to the rest of the staff. Number two, I had the opportunity to attend the Rosemead High School football field and snack bar ribbon cutting. It was a treat to meet Mr. Alan Warren from the graduating class of 1950. Also, his daughter, Tammy Silver, was there, who's also a trustee over at Pasadena City College. But in talking to Mr. Alan Warren, the event became even more special when he shared that when he ran track as an athlete, turns out that the biggest competitor he ever had was Mr. Fernando Ledesma. we shared with him that Fernando Ledesma High School was named in his honor. And Mr. Warren thought that Mr. Ledesma was no longer with us. So when we told him that he lit up. And Mr. Warren was able to carry a conversation with us and said, "Oh, wow, I would love to see Fernando Ledesma." So the daughter jokingly said, "Well, maybe we can arrange like a little race between you and Mr. Ledesma out on this field." And Mr. Warren said, "Oh no, I wouldn't want that. He beat me back then, and he'll probably beat me now." So I thought that was really cute for him to share that story.
And he's in a very good condition.
Yes, very.
When we're talking with him, he's in a very, very good condition. Mr. Ledesma too. He's in a good condition.
That is awesome. But he thought that, Mr. Ledesma was no longer with us because usually when a school's named after you, most of the time it's after that. But he lit up. And so I spoke to Dr. Zuniga and I said, "Hey, we got to tell Mr. Freddie Arteaga that when we do our ribbon cutting over at Fernando Ledesma High School, that we ensure that Mr. Alan Warren and his daughter get a special invitation so that he could personally see Mr. Fernando Ledesma." But you should have seen the look on his face. He's like, "What? He's still alive? Yes, I would like to see Fernando Ledesma." So that was pretty special. Also, another highlight of the time that I've been a board member is ECA. To see our students from South Del Monte High School and the partnership that we have with Rio Hondo College with the ECA program, the Early College Academy, really makes me very proud. And again, I want to acknowledge you, Mr. Larry Cecil, because that was something that you envisioned, and we just came along for the ride and we supported it, and it's a good thing, It's important that not only that they get college credit, but that they also get high school credit. And I want to thank all the teachers that were there. I wish there would have been more teachers at South Del Monte, but the ones that were there, I want to publicly thank you for showing your support to our students. And also a big thank you to Dr. Jorge Morales and his entire staff for making us feel so welcomed. I know I was there with my colleague, Professor Torres de Segres, and also with Mr. Carlos Salcido. But Mrs. Torres de Segres and myself, we did address the parents and the entire staff there, and we did give kudos on behalf of the entire board. We did mention Mr. David Diaz, we did mention Mr. Florencio Briones, because I know that we all feel the same way about that program and about its success. So I only hope that it grows in the years to come and that we're able to offer more classes. I know that we offered American Sign Language, we offered Chicano Studies, we offered some sociology classes, just a whole number of classes that not only gave our students college credit, not only gave our students high school credit, but it also saved them some money as they go on to college, that they will have already have fulfilled some of those requirements of wherever it is that they choose to go after community college, whether it's a Cal State or a UC, or if they go straight to a UC, they will get some of that credit that will bring them closer to their associates, their bachelor's, or their master's. So that has been another highlight. I don't know if we could send a warm thank you to Rio Hondo College or some type of message letting them know that, we are very thankful for this partnership that they have with our students. And I know that we all know several board members over there, and I think that it would be nice for us to do that and for us to acknowledge the partnership and collaboration that we have, all to benefit our students. And lastly, it's all about commencement. It's all about graduation. I am ecstatic that we will be able to continue, despite still living through this pandemic, that we were going to be having graduations and commencements in person. I did not want to do any more of the standing there and having the cars drive by. And I know last year our students felt so bad that they were not able to have it in person. So I'm ecstatic that we will be able to go to our respective high schools and accept the graduating classes of 2022. That's it.
Thank you. Like Dr. Zuniga said, that it is we are celebrating our classified staff. Last week we celebrated our teachers, but just wanted to give a thank you ahead of time. I know that our classified staff is going to be hard at work putting stages together, putting sound systems together, and taking down chairs, putting them back up, and working tirelessly to make sure that everything is perfect It's been a couple years since they've had this practice, but like Mr. Padilla said, I think everyone is more than happy to do this work and to celebrate our students and our families. So thank you in advance to all of our classified staff for all they do and all they're going to do. So really appreciate that. Anything from you, Dr. Zuniga? Okay, so with that, we're going to return back to closed session, and we'll be back out soon. Okay, welcome back. We are returning from closed session. Christine, if you can report out.
Thank you. For item A, the board approved Jose Bañas as the principal of Mountain View High School by a vote of 4-1, with board member Diaz voting no. For item B, the board approved Cesar Castellanos as the assistant principal of South El Monte High School by a vote of 4-1, with board member Padilla voting no. For item C, direction was given, no action was taken. Item D, direction was given, no action was taken. And for items E, F, G, no action was taken.
Great. With that, we adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.